No.
I just wasn't talking about it up.
Mr. Miller, can you just, one moment for
Yeah.
me? Chief Cardona, can you help, Chief Hilburn to make the time larger?
Oh, yeah, like the first point order there. I can't see it. Thank you very much. Who is it? I think it's on that floor.
Sounds so exciting.
You can just drag down from the bottom left to that corner. That bottom left to that corner of that window. Yeah, but on the other side, and just bring it diagonal down. It should open it. It should open it up. And then, but you know what I mean? Oh no, it doesn't do that, does it?
It's not the regular.
I don't know about other folks. I got my cataracts fixed, so I can see that now. I mean, I can see it.
You can see it, okay?
Yeah, I can see
Okay,
it. I don't know about other folks, but
But it's, okay.
it's okay.
If you can see it.
It's okay.
Oh, it's not. No.
Security.
You just put it on in and.
Yeah. You're smiling. That's good. Ms. Rodriguez should be smiling. $1,000 tonight. Our city attorney, $1,000 tonight. That's what she makes. 210 an
Are
hour.
you, is it good?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
I'd be smiling.
Jack Miller, 4839 Dick Gordon. I was just letting the citizens know that Ms. Rodriguez, our city attorney that's sitting in tonight, should be smiling. You'll make $1,000 a night if this meeting runs 5 hours. So you guys need to know that. Citizens need to know that. Her rate is $210 an hour to sit here and watch this clown show. You guys hired an outside agency to investigate this lover spat or somebody hurt somebody's feelings between Councilman Garza and Chief Cardona. I really don't know what's going on. None of us do. The people, by the way, I'm the people. That's me, I'm the people. And the people want to know what's going on. Because you guys went back into closed session and voted, bam, like that, to hire this outside agency. Leon Valley, I always talk about them because I had a lot of experience with them. They did the same thing. Political hit against a council member from a police chief and a city manager. They hired an outside firm, probably the same firm you guys are using. There's not very many available that do this kind of stuff. Their bill ran about $36,000 to investigate this councilman's misconduct. Words that he said. And at the end of the day, nothing happened. Because he's a council person, he's an elected official, you can't fire him. It ran him $30-something thousand. I suspect that your bill is going to be around $30,000. Did anybody ask this firm how much it's going to be? Don't bother, they won't tell you, they don't know. But I can tell you they charge around $400 an hour, maybe as low as $3, sometimes as high as $600 an hour to investigate this spat. I'm going to call it a spat because I don't know what it is. I know it's not criminal in nature. To my knowledge, there's not any criminal investigations against Mr. Garza or the police chief. And why you guys wouldn't let the citizens know what's going on before you vote to take such a large expenditure. Maybe hoping that we're just not paying attention and then once the bill comes, oh well. But I'm here to tell you and tell the people that this is going to be a very large expense. And one that, sorry, testing, 3:30. Testing. Okay. I let the people know this is going to be be a huge expenditure, right? And we're talking about budget, right? We're talking about budget, talking about how to pay things. Let's just say it's half of what I say it's gonna be, 15,000. What happens when one of you guys says something to somebody else? Another investigation, another 15?
It's easy. Stop. Is it batteries? Maybe the fire chips and those are just the sort of program. It's just important because it doesn't integrate with the live stream.
I think the batteries in there.
I'm not gonna touch this thing, so in case I'm shaking it or something. Okay, so hard to keep track of where I'm going with this, but
you guys go back.
So,
I can just talk loud.
Can you just talk real loud?
I can talk real
Cause
loud.
what, is it batteries? 'Cause
I don't know if it's batteries, it could just.
normally it
I don't
goes out,
mind.
but not this much.
I don't mind talking loud, but, I mean, I can talk loud enough for the live stream to hear it, I think, on y'all's mics. But a lot of people can't do that. And then you have to put earplugs in, because it's gonna be loud for this gentleman. Green light, yeah.
okay, so where are we at on time? Kind of lost track there. It's about 3:30 whenever we stopped initially. Can I get 3:30, Mayor?
Yes, 3:30 is fine.
Okay. Is it possible to program that at 3:30 so I can watch it, or I can run a timer? Oh, great, thank you.
All right, there we go.
Oh, perfect, thank you. So it's real easy for you guys to go back and be like, hey, we're gonna hire an outside firm, and who cares what it costs, right? Because you have a checkbook that on the front of it, it doesn't have your name on it, it has taxpayer. It's a taxpayer's checkbook, full of blank checks. It don't come out of your pocket. I guarantee you, I could say 100 things, 100 times more vile than what Mr. Garza said to her or she said to him. And there will be no investigation if you guys that voted to hire this firm had to write the check yourself. There would be no investigation. Rather, you would investigate it yourselves. You would be like, well, it's a conflict of interest if our city manager or anybody else investigates it. So it'll be a conflict of interest. It won't look good for the city. Let me tell you what doesn't look good for the city. Paying $30,000 to have an outside, somebody from the outside come in and try to figure out what's going on between an employee and a city council person. That needs to be handled in-house for way, way cheaper. You can fix around, the city of San Antonio pays around $80 a pothole, takes them about a half hour for an average pothole to fix in the city. I think that's roughly 400, maybe 450 potholes we could fix just for the amount of money we're going to spend on investigating this nonsense. And there is nothing that prohibits you guys from releasing the complaint that was filed. Nothing by law. I understand y'all don't want to release it. And let me tell you what I've learned from doing what I do with cities. When they don't want to release information, such as a complaint, it's because it's not going to make the city look good. You give news press conferences on things that make the city look good. But when it comes to a complaint that you're going to spend a significant amount of money on, well, we're not going to release that. I can only speculate that it's because we won't make the city look good. But from my experience, that's exactly why you don't release information. I'm going to request that information. I'm going to sue for that information. When you do your budget, if you're not going to release that information, you need to add another 30,000, maybe another 50. Let's just make it a cool $1 million for what it's going to cost the city to fight releasing these records. The people need to see what this complaint is about, and you guys seriously need to reconsider going forward with this outside firm to investigate this in-house nonsense. If a council person wants to run their mouth irresponsibly and talk mess, if it doesn't violate the law, and it doesn't violate things that you can legitimately bring them up on an ethics complaint, you guys don't get to take our checkbook and write whatever check you want to investigate it. You leave it alone. A good friend of mine said, "You big mad, I can't argue with you." Y'all need to adopt that. Whenever a council person up here wants to argue, don't argue with them. Just move on. Mayor has the power to censor a person if they're talking over the city manager. If they're arguing, exercise that power, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White, do you want to speak now?
Yes.
Watch his feet. Walk around now. Almost there.
1 second.
Good evening, council, mayor, city manager, both chiefs, city employees, everybody. I just, forgive me if I'm slurring or off balance a little bit. My MS is giving me some issues right now.
Speak up.
But I've prepared something that I want to read to y'all the best I can at the moment with what I'm dealing with, due to the fact that city residents are reaching out to Texas Sheepdog and Internal Field Affairs meeting. And first, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. There's a growing concern amongst the citizens regarding the lack of transparency and communication with our city. It's been brought to my attention that important decisions are being made without proper consultation and disclosure to the citizens what goes against open governance. As residents of the city, we believe that transparency and effective communication are both crucial and, are crucial for the thriving and longevity of our community. By keeping citizens informed, you not only build trust with us, but you also encourage us to actively participate within meetings and so forth. Unfortunately, people come up here and speak and it falls on deaf ears because their concerns never get brought up again. We're worried about, let's do this, let's do that. We're not listening to the citizens. Again, y'all are all elected. Y'all represent us. You don't represent city managers, city attorneys, city employees. You represent the citizens. And I'm begging that y'all please start listening to them. Next, like I said before, I have a lot of free time. If I'm not with my kids, I'm doing research on stories and so forth. I've been watching past videos of ours plus city ones on YouTube. And it's come to my attention that there is times when some of our new council members are trying to gain clarity on a situation, and we're quick to hush them up. We're quick to basically say, well, look, we need to either vote on it or we need to move on to something else. We're quick to say, well, we need to talk about that later. And no, talk about it in front of us. We are why y'all are sitting up there. Talk about it in front of us. Let us engage. Hold a town hall meeting on certain things. Get citizen input. It don't have to be a council meeting, but a town hall meeting. Just get the concerns. Have, hey, once a month, y'all come. Have a dang suggestion box somewhere. Let's make it simple. Let's start representing the people like we're supposed to. Let's stop letting paid employees guide us to where we need to be. No. All of y'all are elected. All of y'all need to research, especially, and this is no offense to anybody. And Mayor, I'm not gonna curse tonight, I promise. This is no offense to nobody. But all the new council members, I beg you and urge you to read up on the city charters and so forth, and learn what rights you have to say point of order. Or if you don't like the way something is going and they're pushing you to vote on something, pull what one of his councils pull in Prairie View, and two of y'all get up and walk out. There's no quorum no more, they can't take a vote. That's gangster, as one of the council members over there said. So please, keep citizens first. And Dr. Rowland, that city of one or Kirby of one, or no, keep that in Prairie View. This is the little city with a big heart. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd, did you want to wait till 7D?
No, I have something to say now.
Okay.
And I will speak on 7D.
No.
First off, my name is B.J. Boyd. I reside at Kirby Drive, and I've lived in Kirby for almost 62 years. Born and raised, my parents were very involved in a lot of stuff in Kirby. One thing I want to bring up, and it did happen to a business that I know of, and that's why I'm bringing this up, is our information in the city of Kirby, computers and everything and phone lines protected. Now that y'all took over the senior center, is it protected? Because a business that I know of over July 4th weekend was hit with a $1.3 billion. They wanted them to pay $1.3 billion before they would put back their phones and their computers. This company chose to get a new phone system and rebuild their computer system. It can happen. I think it happened to Judson ISD. Also, there is another thing. My home phone and my cell phone number have been spoofed. Can someone spoof the city of Kirby phone numbers? The Kirby Senior Center phone numbers? Because I'm getting calls. People saying, I'm returning your call, you just called me. I did not. One of them was on my home number while I was gone for 6 weeks. So I know it's a scam. And that's just something I thought I'd bring up because it's very important. It affects everybody. The next thing is, I'm going to bring up, I'm going to talk more on this, but I'm going to read this because I thought it was quite interesting. Entire police force resigns. Officers with the Goodhue, Minnesota Police Department quit following disputes over pay, an issue shared by other departments nationwide. That is something y'all need to think about. What would happen if they walked out because we didn't pay them enough? And we know we don't pay them enough. Do we have a backup? Just like with the city CPS right now doing the energy alert. I know the police chief will have it handled, but City of San Antonio put out that they have places for people to go and VIA will pick them up at no charge. Do we have a backup for the seniors in Kirby? Then I'll get more into, I'm going to start with this because I don't know if I have enough. I was on the board of the Kirby Senior Center, and I was at the last meeting. And I'm going to say that I felt like one of the volunteers that gave a whole lot of her time, I felt y'all were disrespectful to her. And she won't say this, but I do. I just felt like the way she was talked to, I felt it was disrespectful. And then I'm going to go into, when I first got on the senior center board, and after finding out several people there said that there has been, that when they were on the board, and citizens did go to other people and say something was wrong at the senior center. And that was over 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. I don't know how long ago it was. So all of a sudden, is this certain board's problem? I don't think so. I think y'all need to do a lot more research before you start blaming the people. For instance, in 2019, I did 122 hours with the food bank. I power washed, attended meetings. We trimmed trees. We did breakfasts. And in that time, I donated $185.95 in cash. That doesn't include everything that I got donated from my old boss, which was over $2,000. And on Facebook, I put out about the senior center needing stuff. And I was told by one of the people that used to buy all that stuff, when I started putting that out there, she did not have to buy stuff. Okay? In 2020, my cash donations were $266.60. I worked 44 hours at the food bank. We did a thing called the asking letters. I spent over 40 hours walking those. We had a rummage sale, and the rummage sale came because there was some people down the street having a estate sale. And I made a statement. I said, let's go ask her. I will continue this when we talk about the other.
Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to 6, consideration of an action on minutes. Mr. Roman, would you like to speak now?
Yes, please. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm addressing the minutes because it appears that the process has changed. I've heard the word process used a lot. Process, a series of actions taken in order to achieve a particular outcome. On all these minutes, the signature block has been changed. The signature block is now that of Dr. Rowland and the city secretary. Prior to that, it has always been the mayor. The mayor is the head of the body and should be signing the minutes. It may seem like a small thing, but it's the public record. When you guys are being presented what it's supposed to, this is a reflection of what it is, and you just accept it, the author of the minutes doesn't take the hits. It is you that vote on the minutes that actually take the hit. The minutes for August 10th, 2023. Item 7J. It said 2 members excused themselves from a vote. 2 council members recused themselves. A recusal is an official term. The charter states they have to declare a reason why they recused themselves, which they did. That should be annotated in the minutes. The minutes for the retreat shows some narrative highlighting an individual council person specifying actions. That's bringing a narrative into that, and that was the only time narrative was involved. Well, if the process is changing to affect outcomes, we need to look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have first with, we'll start from the beginning, a regular minutes, July 13th, 2023.
Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the regular minutes dated July 13th, 2023.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the regular minute July 13th, 2023, first by Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca, seconded by Councilmember Hitt. Chief Warner, please call roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt,
Yes.
pardon, Councilmember Lozano,
No.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Greider.
Yes. Okay. minutes, July 27th, 2023.
May I make a motion to accept the regular meeting minutes for July 7th, 2023. Second.
I know Martin and then. Okay, we have regular minute July 27th, 2023. Motion to approve first by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Molina. Chief Hilburn, please call roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
No.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Bradford.
Yes. Okay, that one passes. Now moving on to C, regular minutes, August 10, 2023. I do believe that we need to, the city secretary needs to go back and review that because, the language needs to be accurate. I mean, that is a big difference, that's not. Is everybody okay with that?
And it needs to be annotated like it stated, I think that should be correct too. So not only recusal, but why they recused.
Yes, I agree.
If you go back to read it so you know where you're at, you would have no clue. So,
I agree with that. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Is everybody else okay with that?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
As far as the minutes go, I mean, we are accepting them, but, as we're accepting them, are we gonna have it to where you sign them, or are we gonna continue? Because, Mr. Romans isn't wrong about that either. It has changed on here where your signature is not required.
So, I had signed them before, so I don't know if she changed the format, because I've signed the minutes before. So it might just be her using the template, it might be something different like that. So I have no problem going back and for my name to be on here to sign it. Because, Ms. Clarissa, how does it, I am supposed to be the one signing this, correct? Because that's what I've been doing before, the minutes.
The minutes, yeah, that's signed by the mayor.
Okay.
So, do y'all see the minutes with my signature?
We see a line for your signature. It's Dr.
Has her
Brian
name
Rowland.
on there.
Yeah, and Caitlin. It doesn't have the mayor.
Normally, your practice is that the mayor signs the minutes.
Right. So I think it was just, an error. I don't think that she did it on.
And then also, even in the posting, the city manager or the only person that needs to be really, really required on the posting is the city secretary.
Is that accurate, Clarissa? Ms. Clarissa? Okay, just wanted to confirm, everybody? Okay. Chief, can you make sure you repeat so she knows to change thank you. All right. So August 10th, we're going to wait on those. Okay. So August 4th, 2023 for the retreat minutes.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I also agree with him on this as well. The mention here of just my name is the only action of which there is this one and the next one is the only action of which we discuss or even talk about on here. It does not state, even closely as to the things, that went on. For the hours that we were there, just really those pieces of it. I would also like that to accurately reflect as well. If we're going to speak of actions of what happened for all council members, I'll be okay with it. But at this moment, it just seems very, very distinct. On the next minutes, it's even bold. So.
Could you email exactly what you would like in there? And then for that okay with everybody? So we can, okay.
Yes.
And then for August 5th, also, can you do the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then we'll just bring that back next. Okay, moving on to 7A, discussion and possible action. Discussion and possible action on Marsh McClellan Agency's proposal and recommendations regarding city employee benefits.
Mayor and council, coming up before you is like our broker for health. The city went out for bid for proposal. And you all. Council members, you all have before you, before us is Marsh McClellan. They're a broker for the city of Kirby. And he'll give you a little kind of background. We put out a bid that has been in the newspaper for some time, have been on the door and been on our website and reference to our bid for health insurance for the citizens, for the employees for the city of Kirby. You all will, also be adopting that, through this bid process.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right? My name is Jason Collett with Marsh McClellan. We've been your insurance broker since 2002, so thank you for the continued partnership. As Brian mentioned, we had a bid out in place for employee benefit broker for the city of Kirby. There was one response from someone in Minnesota, but they ended up declining to quote. They couldn't meet the request for proposal. So Blue Cross Blue Shield has been the insurance carrier for the city of Kirby for quite some time for health insurance. They came to us this year with a 23.5% increase on the rates. That's pretty high. The reason behind that is when you talk about medical health insurance, you have what they call a loss ratio. So the claims they paid out were higher than the premium they brought in from the city of Kirby. It's about 115% loss ratio. Now with that, we go out to market to all the other insurance carriers to find the best health insurance company for the city of Kirby's employees. There's about 5 main players. 3 of them declined to quote. Just they didn't feel they could provide a competitive quote and be profitable. So Blue Cross Blue Shield, we have a rate increase at 23.5%. There's another insurance company out there called Curative. We did go back to Blue Cross, and I got the numbers you have in front of you are going to be slightly off because they called me as I was driving here today. They were able to drop that from 23.5% to 12.5%. So they did come down quite a bit. However, the other option we have out there is from a company called Curative, and they're coming in at just under an 8% increase over renewal. When I met with Brian yesterday, we discussed the plan Curative has. It's very unique, it's very innovative, it's, in my opinion, better for the employees. Essentially, once you're on the plan, you do a wellness test, which the city already requires, and you pay $0 the rest of the year. $0 copay, $0 deductible, $0 co-insurance. Meds are even covered except for specialty, but those are charged at the same rate. So out of pocket, overall employees would end up paying less throughout the year on the plan. Now we're still finalizing some negotiations, but at this point, with the increase in the budget that Brian and I discussed for health insurance, it falls within the budget. And that's really, give you some time back, but really that's kind of the gist of it. We have one large increase from Blue Cross that they came down on, and then we have one more market out there that's coming in lower than Blue Cross Blue Shield. So we're going to finalize some of these numbers for you. But as Brian mentioned, I believe is it 9,000, Brian? Either way, we'll follow up with the new adjusted numbers, but just wanted to come present that, see if you had any questions that I can answer.
Council.
Excuse me, you said you got a call and it was actually a decrease of 12.8%?
12.5 is what he told me over the phone, so I'm just waiting for those numbers to be emailed to me. As you know, with I would have just did the math on my phone, but it might be 12.4867% increase, and I just didn't want to have any wrong numbers for you. But it went from starting at a 23.5% increase year over year, and they came down to 12.5%.
We get somebody else come in and eat.
7.91% for curative, yes, sir. So overall, less premium, and then out of pocket will be less to the employees as well throughout the plan year.
And what's the name of that company again?
Curative,
Curative is a company that you've probably seen during COVID.
They
They
made-
were one of the testing, COVID testing companies, so you've probably seen or heard of them. Our current provider is Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's who the current employees are with. We, since having a meeting, we talked, trying to figure out how we weigh, finding out now that we've come down from 23% to 12%. That's still, high, but you all know about our plan in reference to, what employees pay and that type of thing. And so, we still need to figure out is the switch from Blue Cross Blue Shield at 12% to a new company at 8%, is it balanced? But when we went through some of the upfront cost deductibles as far as co-pays, with Curative, again, if you did the visit within 90 days,
120 days you have to complete this wellness visit. It can be virtual as well, so employees don't have to go to a clinic or an office. And to answer your question with Curative, they made billions of dollars through COVID testing. They're a newer insurance company, but they have a national network, and they funded the Texas Department of Insurance 3 years of premiums and reserves. So there's no worry with them being newer to the health insurance that they're gonna go under. They're already A-rated financially.
And how long have they been in existence?
Just a year.
So they're.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. COVID testing is when they started in 2020. They've been in the health insurance market for a year. And they're based in Texas. It's a Texas-based company.
So really what we're doing here is we're letting Washington Agency get our best deal for us. What we're gonna do is hire them.
we already did that. Marsh McLennan is the broker of record for the city of Kirby. They already went out and did that bid process. They're bringing back, they told us, right now they have before you 3 bid options. And then they said that one company did put in a bid, but they put a decline to quote, which is they said they didn't want to quote. But when I went through this process, we asked for them to go to TML. We asked for them to kind of see some other brokers because all cities went through the same issue with having a high increase in premium across the board. And so when we look at that, when we opened the bids and we kind of went through the percentages, again, the current vendor, Blue Cross Blue Shield, was at 23% at that time. The lowest was Curative, which was at 8%. Blue Cross Blue Shield has come back at 12%. And so I think that's where we're at. But again, like he shared, Blue Cross Blue Shield is where we're at. They, have some benefits, but Curative, based on the no copay and doing the thing within 120 days, I think it's a good option. And so that's what we have before you. Do we stay with Blue Cross Blue Shield? Do we move to Curative? What he's stated is when we were doing the allocation for the budget, we have to guesstimate a number on how much we would have to pay in premiums for employees. Because we do that as one of the benefits that the city of Kirby has. The city of Kirby pays for insurance for the employee. And so we have to calculate that money just because we're gonna have to pay for it. And so we budgeted right about 9,000. Last year, give or take, it was right about 7,700.
So these right now are these are 2 options.
You have 3.
But they didn't, right.
Yes.
Rick? Okay.
Yeah, so the other main insurance carriers, United Healthcare and Aetna, they declined to quote. Cigna also came back, but they're higher than both of these options, and their network in the San Antonio area is not as good, so we wouldn't recommend that as the broker.
Okay.
So on the curative plan, do they have like a certain set of facilities or doctors that you have to go to where it limits you, or is it where you can choose your own provider, or basically like a PPO?
So it is a PPO plan, and they do have a very large network. They have all of the hospital systems within the San Antonio area. Now, there is always going to be, when you switch insurance companies, maybe one or two doctors that may be in one network and not the other. But it's not required. You don't have to go to a curative facility. They have majority of the doctors in all the hospitals within the greater San Antonio area in network.
Okay, and then, on there it says the, fully insured and the compliant with baseline visit. So if they were to do the baseline visit, those are the rates that they would pay for the premiums and deductibles and so on. But if they did not do that visit, then they would be subjected to the $5,000 deductible and
That's-
$10,000 deductible.
That's correct. So the current deductible of Blue Cross Blue Shield is $3,000 for an individual. With curative, if you do not complete that visit within the first 120 days, you would move to a traditional high deductible health plan, still the same network, but you are going to have out-of-pocket costs, which is that their ideology behind this health plan is they want everyone to meet with a physician for this baseline visit, and they can start to catch things. They learn your habits, they learn all about you, your behaviors, and then they start, you have what they call a care navigator that stays with you throughout the time you're insured by Curative. So they, at this point in a year, they have tons of clients they've onboarded. 98% of people go do the baseline visit. And the city of Kirby requires a wellness check, a biometric screening, I believe, within the first 60 days. Otherwise, there is a surcharge added to the city of Kirby employees' health insurance. So this essentially takes that place and it added 60 days to it. So instead of 60, they now have 120 days. So it's something the city of Kirby employees are used to already doing.
So is the biometric screening, if they don't pass it, if they fail it?
There's no fail, there's no pass fail, there's, you just, it's a
As
60.
long as they do it?
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly right. Yeah, it's a 60-minute call, 30 minutes with the physician or a nurse practitioner, and the other 30 is with the care navigator. But it can all be done virtually. You don't have to, like I said, you don't have to go into a clinic of any sort. They make it very easy to do.
And there's no cap on doctor visits? Because I'm just, when you say no copay, I'm like, what?
No copay, no
That's
deductible,
not
no
worth it.
co-insurance, no out-of-pocket max. Yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, that's something to say that is.
The only potential out-of-pocket is, as I mentioned, if there's a specialty pharmacy drug that's not covered, it's $250, which on the Blue Cross plan, specialty pharmacy is also $250. They have 24-hour pharmacy delivery, and if not, if you want to go in person, they have HEB in network.
Okay, so they also have that option to use whatever pharmacy that they want, or?
They can't use any pharmacy. HEB is their main pharmacy if you want to go on site, pick something up immediately. Otherwise, they deliver it to your door within 24 hours of placing it.
Okay.
Their pharmacy is based in Austin, so it's easy for them to.
You said it's Optum?
Excuse me?
You said the pharmacy is Optum?
It's not Optum, it's based in Austin. They're headquartered out of Austin, Texas.
So they have a mail order.
Question. Have we ever considered tiering our employee insurance? Like, you know, I mean, most places you go, they have like, you get like 3 different plans. You get one where it's like a blue plan or a silver plan, and there's a platinum plan, you know, and then they can kind of choose the benefits that they think they need. I mean, is that something that's ever come across?
Majority of the clients we have usually do have a couple of options. What happens when, so currently the city of Kirby pays 100%. When that happens and you have multiple options and the employee is $0 one way or the other, they're gonna pick the most expensive plan. They wouldn't pick the lesser expensive plan for the city to pay for. That would be, and Chris, Mr. Garza, well, I agree with you. And you know, Brian being new, I just came on board working with the city of Kirby this year myself. That's something we should definitely put into a strategy to look for next year. This year, a little pinch for time, but I certainly agree with what you're saying.
I understand. Thank you.
And as far as the Blue Cross Blue Shield, you mentioned that they, it just calls you and said it was 12%. So you don't have any idea as to what numbers, what
So,
changed to bring it down so much?
Nothing changed. These insurance companies, we typically get the renewal about 60 to 90 days ahead of the effective date. They say, hey, it's 23.5%, they're running at 115% loss ratio. And we say, hey, well, can you do anything for us? If not, we're going to go to market. Sometimes, if a plan's running well, they'll say, hey, we'll give you a rate pass if you don't go to market. And most people, if they don't have to go to market and they keep the same rates, right, you're likely going to stay. They didn't do that for us, so we went to market. And a handful of the carriers, competitors out there did decline to quote. But we had some competition, so we went back to them a few days ago and said, hey, is there anything you can do? And go back and forth with the underwriter. They don't want to lose the business either. And you guys have been a partner with Blue Cross for quite a few years, at least the last, I believe, 5-6 years. So they came back, last minute and said, hey, 12.5 is the best we can do. And that's about 5:15 p.m. is when he called me.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No, I was just gonna talk to you guys. I mean, it sounds to me like this curative option's the best deal that we're gonna have, not only for us, but for them. I mean, they don't have to pay, would you say, with all the co-pays and all that. I mean, it seems like it'll be better all the way around. I mean.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
Okay, Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the curative medical PPO. Recommended by Marsh McClellan Agency regarding the city employee benefits.
Second.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, do you have any questions?
No, sir. No, thank you.
Well, thank you.
So we have a motion on the table, to accept the curative PPO option by Marsh McClellan Agency. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was in the back talking to the chief, but before y'all vote on anything, we all should know, we're all old enough here to know that the insurance companies, regardless of the claims that they make about them sticking around, very hard to stick around when you're a brand new company. It's hard. So I can answer for him. He's not gonna promise that if they go under, that he's gonna relinquish his life savings to the city to help recoup that loss. He won't do that. He would do that on his birthday. And rightfully so, I wouldn't either, because we don't know if that company's gonna be around or not. So I appreciate your questions about how long they've been around and that concern. There's that, and then currently, I'm not aware of any survey that goes on to solicit input from employees that are going to enroll in these health programs to figure out what they need, if they want to disclose that to you. My medical needs can be quite different than one of your medical needs. My mom doesn't really need health insurance. As many times she goes to the doctor, I just pay for that. And I think I spend maybe a couple of thousand a year, maybe, if she has a bad year. Me and my wife, it would cost, just me, it would cost $20,000 a year if I were to pay out of my pocket. So see, our needs are quite different. She's much older than me, recovering cancer, but yet my expenses every year exceed hers by 4 or 5 times, right? So my point is there's employees with very unique medical needs. Some of them this insurance isn't very important, some of them it may be extremely important. And what you guys decide on, who you guys decide to go with affects the services and frankly the access to medical stuff for these employees. And so I think that it's too late now, but in the future, I'd like to see you guys do work more to survey your employees, and that way, when it comes time for this, you're able to make a more informed decision as to what's best for the employees, along with what's best for the city, because that's important too. This company's new. I would expect you guys to have researched this company thoroughly, being that they're new. I don't see, based on the questions, that really has been done. I'm not sure what the time limit or time frame here is. That may be a factor. I would just urge you guys to, if you can, if it's not too late, to take a, I don't know, talk to your employees and figure out what they think about this. It doesn't matter what I think about it. I'm not an employee, it doesn't affect me, but it does affect them. And so if you can't do it now, please do that in the future. They're going to get their money. We all know that, regardless of what they promised and what's, I think in his word, I forget what the words he described or used to describe the plan. Great. They're going to get their money. Insurance companies are not in the business of handing out money. They're in the business of taking premiums and trying to hand out as little as possible. That's why they're able to survive. These no co-pays, no this, no that, those are red flags to me. They're going to get their money somehow. If we don't know how they're getting their money and they're brand new, but they're giving things out for free, that should be a huge red flag. They going to be around next year? Are they already headed into bankruptcy because they want to be the best one out there and give too much and not be able to take too much in? I don't know. You guys, I don't think know that either, so before you vote, just think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have.
Can I say something? Sure. Since it already started. So in looking at the medical contribution, the option, the curative versus the renewal of the Blue Cross Blue Shield, the curative monthly premiums, even if you look all the way down, it is, well, at the bottom, total monthly premium is $34,208. For Blue Cross, it was $39,170, but that was at 23.6%. So if we look at it at what they have to offer at 12%, it wouldn't be much of, I don't think it would be much of a difference between the $34,200 that option is offering versus what Blue Cross is offering. So I don't know if that makes sense, right?
It's just, my idea on this is, we did hire a commercial agency, right, to thoroughly vet and look over these things. And it seemed as though, I mean, you're absolutely right on some of that with the 12%, but there were other benefits with the curative, which were positive to the employees. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I work for Marsh McLennan, I don't work for Curative, I don't work for Blue Cross. We represent all insurance companies across the board. Marsh McLennan's Fortune 100 company, attorneys across the country vetted Curative. They're A-rated on Wall Street. They are new, but their plan is to at least, they're sticking around. They funded their own claims for the next 3 years. Just don't want you to have any hesitancy on them with being new. Every company has to be new at some point. But if you're working with Blue Cross, again, we represent you. I don't work for Blue Cross. I don't work for Curative. I work for you all.
Just to share, in our staff meetings, we went through this with all the department heads in reference to what we were doing, what we needed to do, and that this was coming, the bid was coming. Obviously, we just opened the bids yesterday, and so we didn't talk to every employee, but the department heads, we've had a conversation about kind of where we're at. I can't tell you whether one or the other. We just went through some of the scenarios in which employees who currently have medicine did some calculations and was going through what would be best for them and their family. But remember, the city of Kirby pays 100% for the employee. Then the
portion of that as well. That's one of the reasons why I would suggest, some others may not, that's a positive for Kirby when we look at the benefits. Again, Blue Cross Blue Shield is what we know. Curative is new, but I don't know, I don't necessarily know if we're making the jump just because one is 8 and one is 12. But when we, as far as having a conversation, the math works for those employees who are using it. And so, again, it's gonna be different. But again, when you talk about the different plans, since the city is paying for the majority of it, someone wouldn't choose the other option. And so it behoove us to have it as, and did we get, were we rated in the large employer on this one?
Currently large employer.
One of the things is also, and hopefully we don't fall back into this, is at the time when we did the census study, we were teetering on employees. So there's a threshold on where you are rated up higher when you're larger employees versus when you're smaller, when you have 50 or less. And so those are some of the things that we also kind of moving forward are making sure that we put in place, because again, you'll pay a little more money or have less options, I guess you would say. So again, it just depends on, we can stay with what we know, we can go with something that is cheaper and comparative to the services. One of the things that, of the questions, like outside of the copay, each entity has their list of medication. So some people's list of medication may be approved, some may not. You may have to get another option. They have the in-service network, out-of-network. So, it would be the same if we were going from Curative to Blue Cross Blue Shield. We would have to go through this process. We just want to know, as an employees, to give us enough time to be able to transition, because we got to have an open enrollment coming up for the employees to get enrolled and get this started, specifically with them and their family. They would have 120 days to participate, meaning going through this I don't want to say a physical, it's not a physical, but it's like a physical. That's the premise of everything. Preventative maintenance, preventative healthcare is the premise of this. They're saying that if you do preventive, whatever, and you just work from that, then they're okay with that.
Okay. The motion, so we still have the motion on the table. Let me finish it. Motion to accept Curative PPO by Marshall Quillen Agency regarding our city employee benefits. The motion was first by Councilmember Garza, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca. Chief, please call roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
No.
Councilmember Martin,
No.
Councilmember Molina, sorry about that,
Yes.
Mayor Gray,
No. So what was that? We had
43,
4 yes or?
4 yes and 3 no.
Okay, so it passes. So Curative is the new insurance for our city employee benefits. Thank you, sir. Moving on to 7B, discussion and possible action on a joint election agreement and/or polling location agreement with the Dare County Election Administrator for the November 7th, 2023 regular and special elections.
Mayor, I move that we approve the joint election agreement and polling location agreement with the Dare County Election Administrator for November 7th, 2023, regular and special elections.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to agree to a joint election agreement or polling location agreement with Dare County Elections Administrator for the November 7th, 2023 regular and special elections. First by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Garza. Chief, can you please call roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hit,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Gray.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Moving on to 7C, discussion and possible action to approve Kirby Dollar Economic Development Program proposal. Go ahead.
Okay. I received an email from Mr. Lawrence Wheaton, and he discussed the whole thing about how gasoline wouldn't be included in our tax revenue. So I mean, when we are talking about these receipts coming in, is it possible to exclude gasoline in it because we're not really getting any taxes from it?
I mean, you could exclude it. You can exclude it.
Did you receive that email?
I did.
Okay, just wanna make sure.
And let me go back to why the program, I guess, well, whenever, so yes, I got what you're saying. I won't want us to get lost on what the program is supposed to do versus wanting to pick out these issues. The program is supposed to inform citizens in Kirby why shopping and spending money in Kirby is important. It matters not if it's gas, it matters not if it's bread, it matters not if it's candy or coffee. If we have it in the city of Kirby, we should want to patronize businesses in the city of Kirby. That's the baseline of it. And so I did receive this email about the gas tax, that is a state thing, and that is fine. But most people go to get gas, they go on to get drinks, they go on to get other things. But yes, that is true.
So can we exclude, sorry, I'm not done. So in doing this, can we make sure we exclude gasoline on that? Yep. Okay, and then secondly, I was just kind of wondering if this could be done with like a plaque other than a prize, because based on last year, the year to date, it's already increasing sales tax by 7%, and it's only going to go up till the end of the year. So I mean, we're already in an increase. So my idea of giving out $2,500 seems a little bit much. I mean, isn't there, rather than a monetary prize, I mean, can't we, give away like a recognition or a plaque or something a little less monetary, so we can ensure that it's staying in the city budget?
Would most private companies spend what are called marketing dollars? They say based on marketing or advertising is going to entice you to spend money or do these types of, have certain behaviors. I don't want us to get caught up on the $2,500. I want us to get caught up on what the gist of the program is, to educate citizens in the city of Kirby why spending money in the city is important. That's the gist. Because many of them leave the city of Kirby with their dollars and spend their money. So if it's 7 now with this program, if we could get it to 15, we don't know that because we have not intentionally had a campaign to focus on that. The money may seem high, but right now we're having a hard time getting volunteers to even staff majority of the committees in the city. And so the incentive to help advertise, market the program, advertise, market our community, it is for the organizations that choose to participate. For them, it was a fundraiser. For us, it's just like someone standing on the side on the street with a sign saying, "This is City of Kirby." That's an advertisement, right? And so everyone in the ecosystem is benefiting from us providing local organizations an opportunity to do fundraising, for us to then be able to have impact on citizens knowing that the things that they could buy in the city of Kirby helps raise sales tax, which then goes back into the local government, which then allows us to give them more money in services, crime prevention, and some of the other things we're trying to do. And so those are all real issues, but it's kind of, you heard the saying, you have to like spend money to make money. Most companies use it in advertising or marketing, and that's merely all this is a marketing, advertising, incentive program to get people to, one, recognize spending money in Kirby is important, two, to whom you give your money. Kirby doesn't have all the things, but if there are some things that they could, if we can get people to be more mindful of whether it's getting gas, right, we only have 3 gas stations. If we have more sales machines registering more things, registering more people making money, another person may open another gas station. We have 2 gas stations that don't have gas. Again, the point is about patronizing local businesses, which then, when they make more money, they offer more products and services. So we don't want to get into, so there are so many issues, again, that is just one of the things we just wanted to roll out, kind of just something to say, hey, let's get them our attention, let's communicate or educate the local citizens, and then try to see if the local business, where the local businesses are at. Maybe at the end of this, we find out that businesses don't really care if local citizens come, because they're gonna get their money off of whatever traffic that drives through. We don't know, and so part of this is us kind of doing that analysis at the end to where we're getting, when we're talking to the citizens, whether we have door hangers, where we're doing the education, because that's also part of it. But the thing on the education piece, you need the volunteers, because they're the one who's going to put out the information. So they're the ones who are going to be knocking on the doors or helping, because they have a vested interest, which is the fundraiser for their organization. So it's kind of like a catch-22, everybody benefits. But again, just to answer your question, I don't think people would be doing it in for a plaque. I think it would, we can barely get people to volunteer for any half the boards we have.
And also, I mean, the expectation with that part of it was, we had discussed, prior to you, we had discussed actually bringing somebody in for EDC to, help with pushing us out or figuring out if businesses would come here or all this other stuff. And that's all I'm really navigating towards. If we put all the money together that we're trying to utilize for EDC, or even trying to bring money to EDC, it would mostly be for that. I recall during those meetings that I had gone to EDC and requested that maybe they consider putting vending machines in the park, and that would create revenue. And then it was, well, who's going to put vending machines and do this? So I mean, it was really a press so that we could actually maneuver to getting someone who was an expert in EDC to actually come. But they were in cost, and that was the whole situation that we had with that, and that was the reason why that fit. So it was mostly coming down to that. That's the reason why I'm asking these questions when it comes down to this. I understand the marketing aspect of it. It's really mostly just, are we utilizing it in our best form? Because, $2,500 would pay, a small portion, but part of, getting this person to come and speak to their, corporate people that they know to help bring businesses here to Kirby.
Yeah. So I have got some training in EDC, and so how it works is you bring in a professional, and they want a budget. And so to bring in a professional with no budget is going to do what? And so the goal is to get there, just like I think where we talked about getting an economic 4B corporation where we get sales tax, and all those things are going to take time, because again, where we're at in this year, the goal is to get some momentum from the city and the citizens, getting momentum from September to January of people who want to serve in your local community to talk about local businesses. That momentum of working with small businesses, working with citizens, then will spark people who want to become part of the Chamber of Commerce. that you don't have here, that we don't have here locally. Those things don't work. It don't matter if you bring in a person who's credentialed and with no budget, and those processes not in place, like a chamber of commerce, like a Rotary, and like some of the other things, to offset feeds each other. It's hard for the connection to happen. And so all we're trying to do is get a kind of like a pilot program of things to show, here's a change opportunity, here's a new opportunity, let's get on board and get people who want to participate, and then that leads to forming a chamber of commerce, and that leads to then getting the money to move forward to having an election that we can't have until May, about forming an immediate 4B economic development 4B, or if we do what is called an MDD, or some of the other types of corporations that exist that allow us to do things with the sales tax revenue. But again, because we have a baseline of like ground zero, then the goal was to get something to jumpstart where people say, hey, I want to be a part of that, or if people see some form of movement, then we get a chamber of commerce, and then now we start having people moving in the same direction. But I agree, at some point we'll need a consultant, but getting a consultant when you don't have a budget of zero, when you're gonna pay all your money to get the consultant, it's you kind of going around in circles.
Okay, so first we have, I'm gonna let y'all know the order. Councilmember Molina, then Martin, and then Lozano. Okay, so you'll go first.
Okay, I just wanted to ask or clarify, on that email that we got, they said we couldn't use tax dollars from the gas for that. I don't think the idea was to use any tax money from gas. It's just getting receipts to show that they're spending money in the city of Kirby. And that's what I wanted just to clarify. It's not money that they're gonna get from the tax on the gas. It's money that they're gonna end up paying for sales tax that they're paying on any of the goods that they buy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Roman. I just, I read it, and when I read it, I said, well, I don't think we're trying to say, hey, we're gonna tax anything on there. We're just gonna get the revenue that we get anyway, and out of that is where we use that to kind of benefit.
That is correct, but he wanted to specify. So if I go on Dollar General, there's a tax on the bottom of your receipt. When you get gas, the tax is not, there's no tax added to the gas. Actually, the tax is already in the $3.38 that you pay. And so he just wanted to communicate. He wanted to let us know that there was no tax. And so I agree, but we all have the same understanding.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is a great program. I really like the excitement for the kids. For Little League, baseball, Boy Scouts, the church, football. I think this is a great challenge for them. It'd be a great fundraiser for them. So I'm all for it.
Councilmember Lozano?
Yes, so I have a few questions. So where did the $25,000 come from? Is that just something you've used before in the past, or?
Yes, the goal is $25,000, and you see that in your receipts. It's not $25,000 that is going to be an account for the city of Kirby. So every month there is receipts that come in of sales. So the same sales that funds Crime Prevention District, same sales that fund the MTA. There's a report that comes from the Comptroller's office. Only thing we're saying, and we put a number, we can make it lower. The number was just a goal of wanting to have that much activity of people saying, hey, we diverted that money from going to San Antonio to have people focus on spending that money in the city of Kirby. And so we can't control it, but a nice goal would be to say we had that economic spend in our community, which then would revert into sales tax coming to the city and to the other entities under us, to show that there's a direct, it's just like like I said, if you had a cell phone store on FM 78, and I had a sign, or if I had an apartment complex and I had the sign and I said, come to my apartment complex, the owner of the apartment complex can't say, he can't count everyone who came to him based on that person standing on the side of the street, but you noticed it and you came in, and so you attribute your advertising and marketing of whatever you're selling to more people coming in. And so we're saying that we're gonna attribute people who are gonna spend, so when we see the increase in sales tax in the city of Kirby, we can attribute that to the Kirby dollar. How can we tangibly see that? With receipts, right? So there's intangibles that's gonna be more than that number, but the tangibles is gonna be the receipts. But then it also tell us some other things. How many businesses give receipts? That I've done this program before, and you really notice that, yeah, the local businesses aren't giving receipts. So it helps all the way around, because then those businesses want to increase, if they want more people to come, they do whatever they need to do to be able to get those receipts.
Okay, and then, when would it start? Because it says December 2023 is when they would have to turn in the receipts, so
Yeah.
was that?
The goal was supposed to start September and go to December. And then we would recognize this and give them the list name in January. So it's really 3 months. It's not a, it's just a 3-month thing. We'll know if we'll be able to have results of did it work, did it not work, did it, what do we need to do to change it?
That's all.
And to the end of December, correct?
Yes, it's the end of December, the end of the month, and then they'll turn all the receipts in.
So we get
and
those
then we'll
Christmas
give
sales. That's what it is. Okay. Right.
Yes, all the sales up to the December 31st, and then we'll do the thing in January with the kickoff and give the results, because there's the business component, did businesses impact, how do we get business to be more sustainable, but then there's the opportunity of, once they get involved, then what do? Hey, why don't we have a business breakfast? Why don't we have a chamber of commerce? And so then you start getting people involved. But right now, I don't know if we said maybe, I don't know if we ask for a business breakfast, how many people would come, right? And so it's kind of just slow and steady.
Councilmember Martin?
Mayor, I move to approve the Kirby Dollar Economic Program.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve the Kirby Dollar Economic Development Program. First by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember Hitt. Chief, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Gray.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Okay, well, so, consensus, everybody's okay with taking a break?
10 minutes.
Just 10 minutes? Okay. Okay, it's 8:31, so 8:41, everybody return, please. Yeah.
Exactly, I think it's not chair.
Where do you see all these chairs?
Yeah, I know how long these chairs we had these. I wanted to try to get some new chairs, but I don't want nobody to crucify me. But how long have I had the chairs? That's a long time.
They can't even go up anymore.
Well, my roof went up
Take it off my chair.
Do it, yeah, exactly. You were like, this nonsense.
You know what? Can't see over the counter.
Oh, we need to.
On the audio?
Yes.
Yes, I am going to.
pulling me over anymore. I guess I'm missing you.
Well, now, a lot of times, the Ackerman Road is open when onto that one way instead of being.
Oh, instead of having to go around.
Yeah, I don't have to go around to get there, I just have to go around.
It's cold.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Yeah.
Right now, I'm okay. I appreciate you asking. Right now, I'm okay. I've been dealing with actually going on a little bit longer than that, but it's getting progressively worse. But I'll let you. Huh?
It just very. Okay. You need something.
Yes, you know I will.
Okay. You need to
I
check.
know y'all take care of me.
You need to check on Councilman Martin, Mr. Oh, well, Lord, he ain't listening. He's not listening. Poor guy. Remember that officer in Leon Valley?
Yeah.
What we called her Councilwoman Alcohol.
Yeah.
She would always attend by Zoom, and she sounded drunk every time.
Always. Slowly but slowly. She was learning versus not learning. Now you're the person gets out.
Where's the Cortana? Yeah, because I hit done. Yeah, well, somebody's gonna talk. In fact, I'm gonna talk. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to make sure you get those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? It's 8:53. So 7, 8, 9. That's $420. 420. Yes, I don't know that. I wonder if she just paid what she got on the phone. Why? Is it the time? I don't think you're in the right place. Well, now, if you break, she should get paid. She's not gonna sit there. I hit done, but I had to set up where okay, what's 210?
Oh, you already had it set?
Yeah.
Is this where you did it all?
No. I did it through the little step, and then it went to that.
So you did this?
210, and then I did that again, and then it went to the other desk. $3.50 a minute.
Okay.
Times 10 minutes. Oh, that's $35.
Got it wireless.
No, that's not right.
If the city attorney is outside on his phone doing non-privy business for 10 minutes, she owes the city $35 refund. She makes $3.50.
No, that's not what it would be labeled.
But that's the way I am. She gets paid breaks. Oh, man. I think you're Oh, it just says reconnected. For whatever reason, it's reconnected.
Playlist is
No. Oh, no, it's back. It's back. So that's gonna be an issue. Well, I don't know why it reconnected, but it's back. be still at 90. No, it's good. 92. So if it's plugged in, it maintains the still 90. How we doing on battery next year? Is that? I'm not meeting it right. There's like a 15-second backlog. That's the city attorney behind me sitting over there. $210 an hour to sit here and look at her computer. She went outside and got on the phone for like 10 minutes earlier. I think she owes the city like $35 because she makes $3.50 per minute. $210 an hour to sit here and look at her computer. I think she's watching my live stream, maybe, on my YouTube videos. She went outside and got on the phone for like 10 minutes earlier. I think she owes the city like $35 because she makes $3.50 per minute.
After break, it's a connect streaming software. Viewers are able to find your stream once you go live. It's just circulating that buffer. Let me see. Yeah, my internet's working.
If y'all need a record, if y'all need a record of the meeting, my camera footage is $210 an hour. Make that 200. Top of that. Well, you're right. I like her too.
Are you sure? Yeah. This goes back to when's the last time you shampooed this carpet? No wonder you were looking at me. Yeah.
We tried to get out and try to restart it, to see if we can get to the.
I gotta adjust this. Hold on, I gotta adjust this. Hold on, I gotta adjust this. So guys, what you just witnessed was the city manager who's wearing a mask just handed out masks to people. Now I want you guys to watch them and watch how many times they clean their hands and how many times they touch their face. Because that's where you get the virus. Not from not wearing a mask. Anyway, let's start watching. And I would say, let's take a shot of your favorite alcoholic beverage every time they touch their face and bring the germs up to their face. I can tell you right now, nobody washed their damn hands before they grab that mask and put it on their face. So, Jesus Christ.
No, we already did that. then
it didn't stop long enough.
There was a
But I mean,
daughter, 19, 20 years old in college. She comes home, very conservative mom and dad. She comes home and says, Mom and Dad, I got pregnant. Mom and Dad are like, oh my God, who's the father? Oh, it's my son. I bring him in. Sure. They were in the window and they see this older guy, 60, he had a window, comes in the house. First off, apologizes to the family for the dad, the 19-year-old daughter pregnant. What's his deal? If it's a boy, he's gonna get $1 million cash in the account. He's gonna get one of my factories. If it's a girl, she's gonna get $2 million in her account in one of my stores. Right there, she goes home, she goes to the store. And then, he was very not sure what happened in this case. Mom, Dad, you're on here, they're like, can you try again?
I am. I sure am. Okay. So talking to.
I thought it was something. Hold on.
Okay, try this. I'm gonna send you a text message. Oh. Sir, that is paid off.
Budget line item, pay AT&T. Camera's not gonna lift the mics out.
Alright, I sent you a text message.
Yeah, I mean, I can, I don't really use my camera. I can just post it up on their website. They can just put it on there. True. What do we got? We got, what, 3 hours on that? 2.5 hours on the card? Okay.
So I logged in and found that second half of the courses.
File frame rate, file format, UHD. Oh, we got, okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, so we got 3.5 hours. And then 6 hours on the battery.
Well, I'm trying it again. I just reset the. Alright, Mayor, we're live.
They're live.
We got it.
Okay, so we're back from break. Everybody, thank you for your patience. So, if there's a consensus, I would like to move, if possible, if everybody agrees, let's go to, I was going on break. Oh, like I say, we came back from break at 9:02 p.m. Move on Ackerman Road project, move them up, and then after them, have discussion, then 7K, discussion and possible action on our audit report. Is everybody okay with that? Move those up so they can, okay. So let's go ahead then. All right. 7F, discussion and update on Ackerman Road project.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor and City Manager. Berto Zambrano, Austin Richard Road Project Manager for the Ackerman Road. As you can see out there right now, we got the whole northbound of Ackerman Road closed. You can only go southbound all the way across. First of all, our subcontractor, Vento Georgia, placing the gas main. It's right next to Old Seguin, almost ready to finish Ackerman Road. He needs to go back to Harris Road and do the light services to the neighbors. Once they do that, within a week, by September 4th, we're gonna go across Old Seguin into Gibbsboro. At that time, we will have some barrels and type 3 barricades closing one bound of Gibbsboro. Meanwhile, we have a second subcontractor working on the storm drainage, starting at Ben Zinkelman and going northbound along Ackerman Road. What else is happening? We finished the tree streets, almost finished. We got the first 4 inches of asphalt. And as soon as we got the resources, we're gonna finish completing those 3 streets. Cinderella, Baum, and Spartan. I have a problem at this moment, and I have something to give you here. So I'll continue working on the northbound to get all the drainage. Once we get all the drainage, then we can condition the subgrade and be able to asphalt the whole entire road. One thing I didn't mention is that AT&T is working on dropping the dock bank right at the corner of Ackerman and Ben Zinkelman. That was a conflict that did not allow us to work more faster, to work faster. So let's say that they got about 4 to 5 weeks more to be able to get out of the way. But it'll work out with the schedule to have northbound Ackerman completely paved within a couple of months. And then we can have the traffic on that side. What I gave you here in this map is a problem that we continue to have. Austin Richard Road is spending, is having to have 2 off-duty police officers full-time, 10 to 11 hours a day. One at the beginning of the project on Ben Zinkelman and the other one at the end where we were. People are very challenging, even to the police officers. They want to go against the traffic. We have caught several people. It's getting better, but it still happens. And they see it's wide enough for 2 cars, so they just go against the traffic, even though we have plenty of signs. That they need 2 signs are in place and they have to go. So one of the things that we would like to do is to stop having the police officers there, and the only way to do that is to completely close Ackerman Road, close it in sections. The first section will be between Cinderella and Vince Engelman, as shown in the map. That will stop the traffic from going the wrong way. That will allow us to pre-televise the sanitary sewer and confirm all the places where we have to do point repairs. Our plans is that once we do that, the storm drainage will be way ahead on the northbound Ackerman Road. We can get all this intersection that is here in the map, place the asphalt and open it to the traffic both ways. And we will repeat that in sections coming down Ackerman Road to do the same. That will speed up the process of finishing the project. Not having to take 2 years, but a lot less. It will eliminate the problem with people just going against the traffic and us spending a lot of money on off-duty police officers. Well, that's about all I have. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions you have.
So you're talking about closing this section completely, and it'll speed up the process. I surely believe that. However, I do have to ask. I mean, how long are you talking about? Because again, VFW's there, Public Power's there. These are two businesses that need to have access. So how do we go about doing that?
First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to mill the existing asphalt. I'm going to leave it in place. But we're going to work from the surface. That way, we can allow the neighbors and the businesses to get their customers on asphalt. Okay, when we have to do a point repair of the sewer in that area, we'll do it within a day, and we'll just put back everything back, and we'll patch the asphalt to leave it for them to be able to drive on asphalt. Instead, if I mill the road, they're going to have to be on dirt. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. It will approximately take 2 months to get the asphalt down, and we could do it faster, but we have to wait for AT&T to finish their work. We have given them, on the 14th, we gave them that corner. They have it, they're working on it. If you drive by, you can see that they detour slightly the traffic to one side, so they have access to the manhole. So that's what's going on right there in that corner.
Okay. I just want to ask as well, I mean, is there a timeline for when those guys are going to get done? Is there a certain timeline?
The original says 6 weeks.
And what week are we in on that?
We were trying to get an update on the last meeting, bi-weekly meeting that we had, and unfortunately they did not attend. I've been sending emails and trying to get in contact. I believe so, that they can do it in 4 to 6 weeks. But meanwhile, we'll be working everywhere else. You know, if we finish everything else, milling it only takes 1 day, and then conditioning the subgrade and hoping that nothing else comes our way, it'll go faster, a lot faster. In a couple of weeks, complete in 2 months, we can have the asphalt down.
He didn't mention, but it'll be open to local traffic. So it's not going to be closed to those residents on there or Public Power. So they will allow access for Public Power and their clients to work through that work zone. It's just going to be closed through traffic, and that's the main reason to do that, but it'll be open to local.
Okay.
Just want to clarify that.
Gotcha. And one of the reasons why I'm asking is because I know that it's kind of funny, but if we were to cut it right there where Benz Engelman kind of goes up, right, at the moment that we can get even just from Benz Engelman up open, then I'm pretty sure it would, like, these people wouldn't mind if it closed from Ben Dingleman all the way to Cinderella, maybe even all the way to town. You know, because they can maneuver around that. I think the biggest issue we have mostly with this one is, again, it is mostly we have two working businesses within that city that, you know, has a lot of issue with their customers getting to them. So, that was the only reason why I was asking. Because, I mean, is there any way that we could possibly, once they finish, try to do everything we can up until that spot on Ben Dingleman, and then just close it from literally, like, a left turn on Ben Dingleman all the way down to, you know.
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible.
And, I mean, would that also help the project go move along? Because, like, if this closure right here is actually gonna, you know, it's gonna stop a lot. And it's kind of the way it's going as of right now. It's just really, you know, going around this. So, yeah. Okay, if it's fine, I mean, how many weeks do you think it would take if we were to do something like that? Because you're saying if we close it like this, it would be 2 months, correct?
It'll be 2 months. There's not much to save time doing it that way. We're constrained by AT&T work.
Yes.
That's the problem. You know, when they get out of the way and they drop the duck bank going across Ackerman Road, that's when I can go across with my storm drainage. Not before. That's when I can go, and as soon as the storm drainage is in, I repair the sanitary sewer, I rehabilitate the manholes, then it'll be very fast to mill, prep the subgrade, and put asphalt on. 11 inches to begin with, that will allow us to put the traffic. And meanwhile, we're gonna work on the curb, the sidewalks, the driveways, okay? With the traffic going both ways. It's possible, it's no problem.
And you do understand though what I'm saying though, right? If we could figure out a way, once we do get that stuff in there, to really just fix, you know, from Ben Dingleman down, just so you can utilize Ben Dingleman, and then from there we can start closing Ackerman, you know, as far as we need to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Councilor Martin?
I've received several calls about almost head-on collisions right there where you want to go.
Right.
This is my opinion. We cannot jeopardize your safety. As long as those residents and businesses have access, I say close. Because safety is number one.
If you go now and take a look, you'll see that the driveways to the businesses are really kept nice all the time. Okay? Even though we mill northbound Ackerman, we left enough material, and we consistently been taking care of it, so nobody will complain about the material being too loose and too muddy. The sooner that we do this, the better, because the drain season is going to start, and that's when it gets worse.
Do we know then how would the trash pickup and everything, would they have access to that during those days, or, and then the other one was the postal service, I know they had like box or something, but would
Yes.
those be affected?
The postal service, it's been, the neighbors are going to the police station to pick up their mail, we know that. The trash, we offer to each of the neighbors to pick up the trash on Thursdays, walk it down to Cinderella, let them pick up the trash from there and take it back to their houses. And they're bringing their own trash down to Cinderella on Thursdays, every time we have the road closed. they're doing it themselves, but we're there to help them with anything they want.
Just real quick, it was council members pushing back, citizens pushing back feedback both ways in reference to how this plan came up. Councilmember Molina, who's been at majority of the meetings, helping to make sure that the construction side is getting done, but there's the impact to citizens and residents is reduced. And so it was the compromise of like the additional address homes that are going to be impacted for full closure. We'll have the mailboxes, trash wouldn't be impacted, and then they would be able to get to their homes because it's not, I think it was like 5 or 6 on each side. So it's very minimal, and then they're going to do it in sections. So it was kind of helped the process move on. It won't be closed the whole time. So as each section gets done, they'll kind of move forward, and then you'll have it open. But the same process will exist.
And just to clarify also, Mr. Sumran, that you will work with the police and emergency response for that, right? You've got your superintendent talking to them.
Yes, sir. James Stryker is well aware that we need to notify everybody of any changes we got out there.
Are the emails, the Facebook posts and those, is that information getting out as far as, first we heard about people, we're putting it on the website now on the road closures, if there's something that happens, like there was a main for the 22nd of August for gas, and so that was something that was out of the ordinary. We put that information, are people receiving that information? Because if we're just doing it just to do it, we don't want to do that, but are y'all hearing or seeing it or whatever, for those people who live in that area?
So for this, do we need, well, there's no action, right? You're just gonna do it because it has to be done, right? Okay. Okay, thank you both. Mr. Miller, would you like to step up?
Yes.
Jack Miller, 4839 Gate Gordon. So I just wanted to provide just a little input. So I've these construction projects we're talking about, so I've driven these, I ran my cameras, and I've noticed a few things I want to let you guys know about, and while they're here, they can hear this too. I spent 13 years in law enforcement. I worked a lot of traffic control, lane closures and things like that. So I can tell you, verify with your own police officers, there's 3 types of people that approach a traffic control device. Those that just don't care because they're in a hurry and they need to get somewhere. Then you got the folks that just abide by the laws. Then you got elderly who, it's not that they don't want to abide by the law, but they have a set point A to point B. And if you mess with that, it's just, I've almost been ran over by somebody, elderly, that always comes through the same driveway with HEB. And they hit me with their car, didn't hurt, but they would have ran me over had I not jumped out of the way because they had to get through that driveway, even though there were 4 other driveways and plenty of police and lights and stuff like that. So those are dynamics that we have to work with in situations like this. On that note, imagine you're one of those 2 people that are going to potentially drive up the wrong way, and you come upon what I come upon, and you notice this. There's inadequate signage. There is some signage out there, but there's inadequate signage. There can be more signage. There should be a sign on a one-way at every single possible access point for a person on a vehicle or otherwise, bicycle, motorcycle, when they enter that roadway, to know beyond any doubt that it is one way in the direction that it goes. I would say that I estimated that it's not the case 60% of the time. You pull out of a business, for example, the construction over by VFW, when you pull out of their parking lot, there wasn't a sign there that said one way. And you pull out, and had it not been for, well, you can actually turn right away where the construction is, And only about 50 feet up, you realize you're in a construction zone because there's a barricade there. So there could be more barricades, barrels, and such to guide these folks exactly where they need to go. More signage, definitely more signage. Take the drive yourself and look for signage. So to them, I would say, let's put up more signs. As far as shutting this down because people are going up the wrong way and using police officers and all that stuff, I want to point out something that you guys don't know. I know this from doing that job, and the police can confirm this. They don't use Kirby police officers here in Kirby. If an officer is outside of their jurisdiction, for example, they're using somebody from Webb County or Mountain Bear County, a San Antonio police officer, they don't have the authority to enforce traffic laws. That's a fact outside of their jurisdiction. There's a lot of things they can do, and the law spells out what they can do. One of those things is not traffic laws. So if Chief Cardona, for example, saw me doing 120 down WW White Road, and she was in her police vehicle, and she stopped me, that is an unlawful stop. She can't stop me for speeding. Maybe reckless driving, but not speeding. My point is that she can't enforce speeding. That stop would be unlawful. And the police that are out there working, providing a valuable service, public safety, they know this. So you have a dynamic where you have police out there that are powerless to really enforce anything with people. And in this day and age, anytime a police officer makes contact with somebody, hey, stop, you're going the wrong way. Well, if that turns out a bad situation, guess what? That officer didn't really have any authority to stop that person anyway. It was a traffic violation. So I would encourage you guys to pressure these guys that if they're going to use police officers that are working within their jurisdiction, or have these agencies enter into some kind of interlocal agreement where they have the authority from the city to enforce those laws. Otherwise, they're using police officers that really have no power. That's affecting their bottom line because they pay a lot of money to these police officers. I'm not okay with them shutting down streets so they can use less police officers, because that's only saving them money. It's costing us money because it costs us time to do all that switching around. The businesses that I didn't notice with the VFW thing, I didn't notice one sign that pointed that the VFW was open for business. Even when you get up to the point where you pull into the VFW, there's no blue sign there. We're all familiar with the blue signs that point to businesses that are open in these type of construction zones. There weren't any. So these businesses are suffering. And here we are going to go again with 2 businesses in the zone that's going to be closed. If that's going to happen, they got to put signs for people to know these businesses are there. They have to have more barricades, more signs. And flag people, I don't know how much they pay flag people, probably less than half of what you're going to pay a police officer. They can use those folks to be there and flag these folks that aren't paying attention. But to just be like, oh, our solution is to just shut all this down, I don't think that's the best solution when we're not going to put up the signs and all that other stuff I just mentioned. And all those signs and all that stuff, that goes to public safety. More signs, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to 7K, discussion and possible action on the City of Kirby fiscal year 2021 through 2022 audit report, Armstrong Bond and Associates.
First of all, thank you for moving me up on the agenda. Chief, do you have my PowerPoint up? Armstrong Bond? Yes, sir. Okay, I'm just going to go through the highlights of your audit. Hopefully I can go through it in about 10 minutes. If you'll switch to the next slide. So what's in that financial report itself? There's the introduction, the independent auditor's report, the management discussion and analysis, government-wide financial statements, fund financial statements, which are the ones that you guys budget by. You have notes to the financial statements, required supplementary information, supplemental individual financial statements, and the statistical section. All right, so on page 1, this is your independent auditor's report. It goes, the audit standards that we follow are generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. The purpose for us is to form an independent opinion on whether the financial statements are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Furthermore, on the next slide, okay. Our overall opinion this year was adverse, and the only reason that is because you guys are supposed to include the Kirby Senior Center in your financial report, and you have chosen not to for the past few years. As far as the opinion for the city itself, you guys got an unmodified opinion. That's the best opinion that you can get. And it basically means that you have no modifying statements in our opinion letter. Okay. All right, the next section, page 5, is your management discussion and analysis. And just the sections in this section are financial highlights, overview of the financial statements, government-wide financial analysis of the city's funds, budgetary highlights, capital assets and debt, and then request for information from the city. Okay, so on page 8 and 9, we have the government-wide financial statements. You guys don't budget on this, but it's required that we present. It's on a full accrual basis. Your governmental activities, the assets. Did that just go off?
It did.
Can y'all hear me from now?
I'm on those trash.
Okay, so your assets and deferred outflows of the city exceeded its liabilities and deferred inflows by $12.3 million. Your net position increased by $765,000, which was primarily due to maintaining higher revenues over expenditures incurred. Your business-type activities is your water sewer fund. The assets and deferred outflows of the water fund exceeded its liabilities and deferred inflows by $5.8 million. And your unrestricted net position increased by $52,000, up to $2.4 million as of 9/30/2022. Okay, this slide is just from page 15. It's just going into a greater breakdown of the net position and where each monies are allocated. Can you switch? All right, the next thing I was going to go over was page 18. This is your fund financial statements. And this is how you guys budget, so this is probably more important to you guys. The general fund balance at the end of 2022 fiscal year was $3.1 million, and the combined fund balance for all funds was $9.9 million. The unassigned fund balance for general fund was $2.8 million, or approximately 8.6 months average operating expenditures. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends that you have at least 2 months. You guys are doing good there. The fund balance for the general fund increased by $352,000, and the combined fund balance increased by $414,000. And this is mainly due to the transfer that you guys have from the water fund. Again, this is on page 18. This is just the breakdown of the fund balance, and again, I just highlighted the unassigned balance there, so you guys can use that any way you see fit. Okay, so your business type activities, the water sewer fund, the net position decreased by $171,000. And the expenses, it does include transfers to other funds in the amount of $416,000. Okay, and then on page 59, this is your budget to actual for the general fund. I just wanted to point out a few things. So your revenues actually, you generated more revenues than you budgeted by $65,800. And then if you switch to the next slide, this is just more detail about expenditures. All right, and then the comparison for expenses or expenditures, sorry. You guys actually spent $897,000 less than you budgeted for the year. And then this last slide, you guys were expecting a loss of $430,000 for the year, but you actually had, you generated a profit of $351,000. So there was a positive of $782,000 based on what you budgeted. And that was all I was going to go over. Did you guys have any questions?
Can you explain to City Council what the adverse, in more detail, other than just saying because the secretary wasn't part of this audit? Did you request it? Would have been the conditions?
So basically, it's just it's a modification to the opinion because there was supposed to be more numbers in your audit report that are not included in that report.
Is this the first year, or can you share how many years? And because
I want to say we started doing this 5 years ago, and Monique and Tina wanted to do it because the Kirby Senior Center audit usually takes a lot longer than the city audit. Typically because they're not ready.
I think that speaks to some of the things that I was sharing at the retreat. We don't have to adopt, we can acknowledge it, but we don't have to necessarily adopt the audit. This sheet also is a summary of this whole packet. So again, you just, if you want to, that actually says the highlights of what we just said, this sheet. And so if you don't want to vote, you just give it to us, someone requested, save the city money.
Okay, so we don't have to, there's no motion needed, so.
If you want to just accept, you don't have to adopt it, you can accept the report or whatever it is.
Take a vote though, correct? Okay. All right.
Just to be straight, you said acknowledge, so I mean, what exactly does that mean? Just that we received it?
Yeah,
Or
you can
acknowledging?
just acknowledge the reception and the vote, because again, you all, we asked an independent auditor, which is this firm, to go out and do an audit of our information. They have brought back to you the facts. It's not you have to accept it. You're just saying, okay, based on what we gave them, they gave us some information, and we just need to acknowledge it, I guess is the word. So again, that's it. Because we did spend money, and then we need audited reports for when we get federal dollars, state dollars, we're gonna need this report.
Thank you, sir.
Can you?
Okay, I'm sorry, hold on.
It would be good if we adopt receiving the report.
You want to adopt to receive, okay. Mr. Miller, before we do that, would you like to step up?
Yes. All right, are you guys good? No questions?
No, we're good, thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Jack Miller, 4839 Dick Gordon. I have a problem. I don't think that's complete in the sense that it has that adverse wording in there. And it brought a question from the city manager, which was a legit question. Expound on that. He really didn't expound on that too much. And I think that you guys should understand that I could have a heyday with that, right? So I could have a heyday with that, and I could take that adverse word and turn it into whatever I want. That's an audit report, it's financials, there's something adverse, well, what is it? that would be the title of my video, right? If I were to want to do something like that, which I wouldn't do, because we all know why that's there. And I think that they should expound on that in there. Okay, we all know that the Kirby Senior Center financials were not available. We all know why. It's not your guys' fault. But let me tell you, man, I could take that simple entry and I could make you all own it like it's your fault, right? And so then come election time, it just doesn't look good. I think just for that, and for the purpose of transparency and completeness, they should, okay, at first, I think, what did it say? I don't remember what it said. Something about, it mentioned the Kirby Senior financials, right? Specifically in the adverse, right? And if that's the only thing that's going on, it should say something like, adverse due to Kirby Senior financials, whatever, not being made or not being made available to the city. So the city doesn't look like they're complicit in that, because we all know the city was not complicit in that. It was somebody else, right? So we don't own that. Can we maybe consider that notion? Whatever you do, but
That is a great thought and a great opportunity. The only problem, which is, again, going back to what we were sharing at the retreat, if we had a finance director that we haven't had for a year, so adverse, that's an accounting term. But we know if you read this and you look at why is it adverse? Because in governmental accounting, that component unit, which is the Kirby Senior Center, an entity birthed out of the city as a component unit, they have no other choice but to comply. And so the problem was, because there was non-compliance, that's where the head, and so instead of forcing that to happen, I guess they just said, hey, just go over there and we're just not gonna include you. But if you look at the last 3 years in the audits, it says the same thing. And so one of the actions, based on what we had as far as information, as far as component unit, that is why this council acted with their full power and authority to say, hey, they're a component unit, we need compliance. And so that's what we're trying to do now. The whole problem, is now that's 2022. 2023 audits, we're gonna be actually bringing back to council sometime in February or so. And then the question is, where do we get the information for the Kirby Senior Center to kind of go through an audit, right? Making sure that's with the city. And so part of it is just making sure that we have that two-way communication. And so hopefully now that the Kirby Senior Center board is also the Kirby Senior City Council, that the compliance of financial information is not the same. That we actually get the information to be able to put it in audit. And so I think it was 3 years, it was 3 years that it hadn't been. Before 3 years ago, it was on, I think, for 1 year or so. But it has been 3 to 5 years since the Kirby Senior Center was in the City of Kirby's audit. And so they're giving us an adverse because they're saying we should know better. As the organization, the City of Kirby, we should know better that they're a component unit, they have no choice.
And the city's learning from that, and we know that it's not gonna happen again, so great, thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. Councilor Lozano?
Yes, I have a question on the date of the audit, I guess, on the booklet at the end. It says, page 104, it says June 29th, 2023. Does that mean that's when they completed it? And if so, how come we are, just receiving it? Because I think last night I received it via email, and now we're making a decision to adopt it, but I haven't had a chance to look at it.
So two things. One, you're reviewing an audit from 2022. So it's really nothing. So this body, actually it wasn't even this body. The body who was here before May was the one who started that engagement with the auditor. So this, it's not even this body, it was the last council that was closing out 2022. And so that's why when it's, you need a vote, but not a vote that you're just receiving it, or not that you're necessarily adopting this to do something with, like your financials. The city requires you to, they say that you should be going through the financials and asking questions. Your audit is kind of like, they give you information. And so in here, if you look at the recommendations, like we will go back and look at the recommendations and see if there's anything on our side that we need to do as far as like moving forward. And so one of the recommendations, again, is what he gave you in the summary, but what he talked about having an adverse thing. So how do we change that? Okay, we make sure that the senior center gives the information ourselves, whatever it may be. And so those are the things that we go back and change. But it's not there's nothing we can do. We can't change. We can't say we're not going to accept it and we don't want to hear what you have to say. So it's just kind of one of those things, receiving it. But it does need to be an action, because there was an action to pay them, an action for them to do this.
Ever since I've been on council, when it comes to us, we've always accepted and received it. We've never voted on
I don't remember exactly last year how we did it. Councilmember Garza?
I just have a question. If we have this audit on the website available for the citizens?
We couldn't put it on the website because you all needed to see, you all needed to see it first. Soon as we accept receiving it, it's gonna be on your website for 2023. It'll be on our financials. This will be one of the things that's on there. So, cause last year's is not on our site. Well, yes, it actually is. No, 2021, 22 is.
It is on there.
That's like my question, Ms. Lozano. Why do you want us to vote on something that we haven't even seen? Yeah, we're gonna vote the way we received it. Why? You understand what I'm saying? Or what she's trying to tell you? Why should we vote on something we haven't had a chance to read?
Well, can I ask this question? Do we don't have to do this since everybody needs more time, obviously, to look it over. This is not like it's affecting our budget right now or anything, correct?
No.
Okay, so basically what we can do is, we can bring this in the next council meeting, so everybody has, 2 weeks to review it, and then you can decide then, is that okay? Or is there a reason why we would have to do this now?
Because all you're doing is receiving it. The gentleman came up, he gave you the report that you tasked him to do. He just needs you to receive it. He don't need you to adopt it, accept it, because it doesn't change. You can come back and look at this for a whole month and mark it up, and it doesn't.
So the motion is to receive, not adopt. That's what I'm saying, the
Receive,
wording.
yes.
Accept it. To accept it. We're just, a motion to accept it, that's it. I'll get you one moment, Mr. White. So we're just to accept it, that's it. We're not saying that this is.
But this doesn't have to also be tonight. If you want,
So we can wait. Okay, so let's just wait. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't see why we would need to wait. We're just saying we're accepting it. If we have comments that we need to make later on, we can do it. All we want right now, or all we're needing to do is saying, we received the report, that's it. Just like I think Dr. Rowland's trying to tell us is that that's all we're doing is saying, we asked for a report and we're receiving it. We're not saying we're accepting what's going there because there's nothing to accept. They gave us what they found or what we gave them to look at and report to us. And that's it. So if we wait a month or 2 months or whatever, I don't know what the difference is going to make because we can't change the report. It's a fact, but what we got, that's it.
Okay.
I would say we need to vote for something.
Okay, Councilmember Garza, and then after that, before you speak, Councilmember Garza.
Oh, yeah.
Do we, everybody agree to let Mr. White speak? Okay, so Councilmember Garza, you go ahead first.
Okay, just when we do make a motion, if we do make a motion, I would feel most comfortable with the wording received, the language received, not accept. Because accept sounds more as though we're approving it, you know what I mean? So we received it, they gave it to us, that did happen.
Does the word, would the word receive be okay, Ms. Clarissa?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. White, would you like to step up?
Yeah, madam, I'm gonna do it from here if that's okay. Real quick, I have to say, Mr. Morton is correct, Ms. Lozano is correct. Y'all have never, in the history of receiving paperwork, had to vote that you received a document from years past, from all financial papers that you received from anybody and everybody who stepped up here. Y'all never had to take a vote to do that. You took it, it's on record, on camera, there's no need for a vote. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. To be honest, I don't remember if we took a vote or not. I would have to go back and look at the footage. I do
You'd have
not
to look at a lot
remember.
of
Did we
footage.
ever take that? Okay, well, if we didn't, so why are we?
Monique saying we didn't have to do it.
Okay, so if we do not, okay, let's, okay. Do we have to, is this, Ms. Clarissa, is this necessary, yes or no?
Is what necessary?
Oh, sorry, to receive this?
I mean, I always encourage to accept it, but it's not in the statute that you have to formally vote it on it. You have to have one, you have to get it.
Right.
And they're giving it to you, but it's not, the statute doesn't require a vote.
Okay, so is everybody okay with moving on? Okay, let's move on. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna go back in order. All right, we're going to 7B, discussion on how to get more volunteers for commissions and committees. Council members, Lozano, you wanted this on there?
Yes, I brought this up because of course we are, lacking in volunteers with a lot of our commissions and committees. And I'm just wondering if, there are any programs or anything that other cities have done where they, are able to bring in volunteers, where there's, anything that's been a successful program where, they've reached out and they've kept some kind of log or anything to get our residents to participate. Do we know, do I need to do some research on that, or?
So yes, if you can reach out to the other cities, to other council members, to other mayors, other board members, and you can reach out to them and see how they recruit their people.
I know how.
I would probably, volunteering, usually highlighting volunteering, serving on those committees as volunteers. So most people say, hey, what are you doing for volunteering in your community? Yeah, I serve on this board, that's volunteering. But I think one of the things that we also have to realize is if there's contention in the city, no one's gonna volunteer their time to engage in contention. And so the best way for the leadership to project and show good leadership, it is also how you get more people to come out and say they're gonna participate or volunteer in their time.
Councilmember Martin?
I'd like to give Mr. Hickman an opportunity to speak.
Oh, I didn't see his hand raised, sorry. Since everybody's okay with him speaking, or did you sign up for that? Oh, you signed up for that, come on up, sir.
Basically, I would like to make a suggestion on a way to get more volunteers for commissions and committees. I'm currently on a board of directors right now. People need to know what the different commissions and committees are and what they do and what they're responsible for. People also need to know what commissions and committees need volunteers and where to go and what to do to apply for these positions. I went on the website and there's nothing anywhere on there that actually says, okay, This is the Economics Committee, and this is what they do. So people are confused on that, and that may be shying a lot of people away, is that people don't know what the actual committees or commissions or boards are. And if they had some way of knowing what those were, we might be able to bring in more volunteers. That's all I had.
And then also on here we have Ms. BJ Boyd on this topic, signed up. I'll get you in a moment.
Yes, my name is BJ Boyd, on Kirby Drive. I used to volunteer quite a bit. But as you see, the shirt I have on is a referee shirt. But I'm going to show you this shirt, and I will go into more detail. There's knife wounds on his back. This is how many times I have been stabbed in the back, trying to do good, but it wasn't good enough for some people. For instance, this week, there was an incident at the Valero. So what happens if you make someone mad? Could they cheat? There was a statement made on Facebook, which I am not a member of that page. It was brought to my attention. Someone brought it to me at my house Saturday morning. Things like that, why would someone want to volunteer their time to see things like that or get stabbed in the back? And I have done a lot. I'll go into more detail. Rummage sale at the senior center. I came up with the idea when there was a house that was having an estate sale. We went there on Sunday, packed everything up that they did not sell, took it to the senior center, and priced it. We made almost $2,000 on doing that. We had garage sales. The remodel. Me and several people spent lots of hours remodeling, painting, laying tile. When I first got there, I power washed the tables and all the chairs. I power washed the building. I power washed the sidewalk all the way to Benzinga. I have done a lot of things that y'all don't even know about. Hugo Lentz Park. I spent several days, I power washed the building and the water fountain and the thing. That was 2 years ago. I didn't blast it on Facebook that I had done that. There's a lot of things I don't put on Facebook that I've done. Matter of fact, a lot of the times I've done stuff and I'm not even in the pictures. I bought flags last year. $400 out of my pocket. And I know everybody else has also spent money. I held garage sales to help encourage other people where they could bring their stuff up. Maybe they can't make a donation, but they brought stuff over to me and I sold it and donated the money back to the animal shelter, the senior center, candy for the fire department, and Blue Santa. I have donated to Blue Santa for many, many years. The fire department for many, many years. And the reason I will always donate some candy to the fire department is because my dad was a volunteer fire department. He was one that went out on the fires. My parents were both members of the VFW and did a lot. I'm a member of Hermanson's. We have a lot of history in Kirby. And just because you don't like who I talk to, that doesn't mean to stab me in the back. But as far as volunteering anymore, it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is everybody agree to let Mr. White speak on this topic?
Mayor,
Okay, if you'd like to step up.
he did sign up on all agenda items, raise hand.
did he?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No problem. No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Mr. White, you want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Real quick, Madam Mayor, Council, Mr. Lozano, this is a great interaction that you're introducing for citizens to get involved and feel involved. This goes back 200,000 years. The best form of advertisement is what? Word of mouth. We all got neighbors. Let's get them involved. Let's talk to them. Let's see our council get out there. We used to do group blocks and pick up trash and small stuff like that, build a fence at the police station, stuff like that. That gives you the time to plant the seed. Hey, you know we need people on the beautification committee. You know we need people on this committee. It gives you that time to build with thy neighbor, build community, and show, hey, I don't think I'm better than you, I'm here with you. And that's gonna get people to be more involved in the boards and committees, because they're gonna actually see, hey, you know what, council is listening. So no matter what we put together, at least they're gonna listen to it. It might not go too far, but they're gonna listen to it. Because let's be honest, councils of past would blow off things that was brought to them by the boards. And it get tabled and never be heard from again. It's a fart in the wind. So the best form is to all y'all be Kirby neighbors to your neighbor and put the word out. And then maybe we can get some together. Like I said, we walk through, like we used to do, the walk on the trail and pick up trash along the way and just bond. And then maybe get that word out, hey, let's get this committee up and running again. And we can go from there.
Jack Miller, 4839 Dick Gordon. Man, I love the city manager more and more. Every time I hear him talk on important issues like this, and this is an important issue. We gain so much from our volunteers in the city. And it starts with you guys' leadership. He's absolutely on point, and I think you all understand that. And then, you guys are recovering from a regime that puts you in a bad spot in a lot of ways, and this is one of them. And so you guys have to work to get out of that rut that you're placed in regards to citizen volunteers. There needs to be more pats on the back. There needs to be more recognition for people. These folks are doing it free, much like you guys are. And you know how it feels to not get recognition. And you know how it feels. You don't get a lot of recognition unless you do something bad. But your city officials, you should have thick skin for that. These guys, they don't have thick skin. They're trying to help. And a pat on the back goes a long way. So leading from the front, being together and showing that togetherness, and then pats on the back for these folks. We have ceremonies here, big ceremonies, big cakes, and all kinds of stuff, recognizing people for all kinds of things. And we need to do more of that for the volunteers as well. It goes a long way for a lot of people to get a little bit of recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I wrote down a few ideas that I thought this was going to be more of like an idea drop and, you know, how to do these things. And I do agree with Mr. Miller. I had stated on one of these, it said maybe a yearly serving plaque. I had thrown out the idea of baseball cards a while back, but mostly for the employees. But I mean, that might be something useful, you know, that we could give to those kinds of volunteers. I also I put in here that I think beautification deserves some type of budget to work with. It doesn't have to be a lot, but I mean, I think it would help them, you know, beautify. I mean, maybe they could come up with some great ideas if they knew they had $5,000 or $2,000 or whatever. I also put maybe we could do more recruiting style like parties. I was thinking, like, you know, perhaps we could have something where it was more just kind of like, hey, we're all going to go to something and have something. I mean, basically, you know, like, I look at it like when we're campaigning and we have all these things, and, you know, the rest of the time, I mean, you know, we're really helping to push a lot of the stuff that's going on, but we really stop those kind of get-togethers, and I think that'd be helpful. Monthly meetups. I was thinking maybe like there could be some type of reward factor. I don't know how that would come out. But I mean, there's certain things that the city has access to that we might be able to reward with. Like, I was thinking, for instance, when we do the fireworks in the park, like maybe they could get free parking, you know? I mean, I know it's only $5 that everybody else pays, but, you know, people on any committee, they could get these small rewards that really aren't costing the city anything. Maybe like we were talking about season passes in the pool, maybe even if they don't use it, they could give it to somebody or a kid, or, you know, something on that line. Or maybe, I mean, we could go as far as, is it letting them utilize a city facility for free? I mean, I don't know how that would go over, but, you know, yeah, there's just some ideas that I thought might be helpful if we were trying to recruit. Thank you.
Okay. Have the consensus to let Ms. Eklund speak?
Yes.
Okay, you want to step up, ma'am?
I appreciate that. Mr. Garza said maybe give free parking to volunteers. I don't think that's the problem. If you want to recruit new members, look at why the old members are leaving. For whatever reason, right or wrong, there is no trust. We went to a, Mr. Martin was there, the Building and Standards meeting the other night. And it was very interesting because one of the things that was talked about was that the committee wanted to do its job before it got removed, like the Senior Center Board. Just a comment that was made. You have to establish trust. Your fault, not your fault, the previous board fault, whoever. There is no trust, and if there's no trust, then people are not going to volunteer. Never had, or a while back, there wasn't any problem with volunteers on boards or committees or commissions. You have to, it's as easy and as difficult as that. You have to establish trust with the citizens. And the citizens now are looking and saying, we've lost everything. We lost the fire department picnic. We lost this, we lost that. The board of the senior center was taken away without a reason. Maybe you can't give a reason, that's fine. But that makes your job even harder. People are not feeling relevant. Not in the city of Kirby right now. Not to help. They're not feeling relevant. You have got to establish trust, and then the people will come back. It's our field of dreams, and you've got to start it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Movie.
I have a question. Just questions to see, you know, trying to come up with taking notes and trying to roll out to see how we can help facilitate these kind of conversations real quick. So if you give me 2 minutes real quick. Putting together some of those ideas, the fireworks in the park is far enough to be able to start implementing something, have like a volunteer day, I think. So I used to do something, we participate in something called Campus at Work. And so it's 1 day, 1 or 2 days, yeah, 1 or 2 days, twice a year, where people come out and volunteer in the community. And you have like 5 workstations, and then people get to know each other. If we were to have, not just that, but if we were gonna have a town hall meeting here in Kirby, would people come out to talk about volunteering in the community? Like building trust, like to get to building trust. Building trust needs to happen, but you get to trust like taking 1 step at a time. If we were to say, you know, does a town hall in Kirby start that trust? Or is it knocking on every door in Kirby start that trust? Or is it getting the leaders of Kirby to say, hey, we're connected together? What is it that gets us moving in that direction? Because I think it's important that we capture this moment. Because again, I could say, you know, we do town hall meeting, and then like 2 people come. It's not that we give up, but then most people say, hey, I just wanted to see, you know, I wanted to, you know, the leadership to say, hey, we need you to get involved, or we're on this together. We may not agree, but this is where we're at. What is it that people want to see towards building that trust? Because it's easy to say that, but like those are steps, those are intentions. And so, do you all have any suggestions on what that looks like? Because doing like a volunteer day, that's getting people to do more work. If people say they're sick and tired of working and not being appreciated, maybe we do something to recognize those past volunteers or something of that nature. So again, before you leave this moment, can you share maybe 1 or 2 things that we can do as staff to maybe start this off and then allow you all to host an open dialogue, town hall? I don't know if we open up with like this. We don't want to do the Wild Wild West where we just drop off, you know, everything just comes out, but kind of just, if we think about it, what can we do as staff to help bridge that conversation? Because again, when we go back, when we look at the efficiency of the organization, we have like crime prevention, we have economic development, we have beautification, we have planning and zoning, we have building and standards, we have several committees that can't meet. So
I think that we should, so everybody has, so how about we do this, homework? Okay, so everybody figures out, if everybody agrees with it, just everybody comes up with a plan. I mean, it doesn't have to be like in detail, like if you wanna, maybe like Councilman Martin or Councilman Gardner wants to say like, Kirby Fun Day or something, you know, something like that. But everybody just come up with something, or if you wanna say in town hall, just say in town hall, but come up with something, we can have this on the next agenda. And then we can have, the city staff start working on a plan to implement.
Well, you know, every time we've had town halls and, about where the police departments are, and we had good turnouts. We had 20, 30 people, you know. And maybe that's what we need to have a town hall about filling committees. You know, give them a chance to come, talk, see what committee they want to get on, what openings they have. People do want to engage. As they said in the past, feelings are hurt. You know, I mean, it changed that. You know, no negativity, everything's positive. I think things will work out.
We have consensus to allow Ms. B.J. Boyd to speak.
Yes.
Okay. Emma?
I think if you are gonna get volunteers at the senior center meeting, it said there was a mention that you have to be background checked. And also, unless I misunderstood, is that every volunteer has to be background checked and sign that HIPAA form or HIPAA something? Am I correct in that? So does that mean every volunteer, whether they just walk up for one day, or they can't just walk up and volunteer, do they have to be background checked and HIPAA form signed?
I can't answer that question. I can get that from Ms. Kathy. We have Gomez, we have a meeting in the morning, but I don't know the answer to that question.
But I'm talking any volunteer for anything. Say you have the Easter egg hunt, say you have the pool, people that volunteer.
Yeah, I will get with you afterwards and provide that information, but I don't know of all the volunteers and all the committees that I've seen that you have to have a background check. Senior center, being around kids that may need something different, I think the background thing has something to do with the ACOG, but for some of the other committees, there's no stipulations for that. But I will definitely check for which ones specifically you're looking for and provide you that information.
Thank you.
I will say in the meantime, time that we do need to, so Mr. Umplin, am I saying it correctly, Umplin? Or Eklund, sorry, I don't make sure I'm saying it correctly. Mr. Eklund had mentioned about a list of the different boards and committees. And at the time, I did ask about getting the information to the descriptions. At the time, that was passed on to Ms. Patty, but she's no longer here. So is there a way that, because when he asked that, I thought to myself, I don't know, because you're right, there is nowhere to give a description of what. And matter of fact, coming up, there will be an instance for one of the boards, an applicant dropped out because when I explained to them what their duties were, they preferred not, that might not be the right fit for them. So maybe that's the first step, is to find out exactly what each board and committee does, what they're about. And that might actually be something for, I would hope that the chairs of those boards and committees could provide that information of what.
So this week, we have the mechanisms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. As soon as we're about to get some equipment, we're gonna have fun with the different committees, making the videos on why people need to join, and sending them out to just open up what we're doing or whatever, just informational. And so that's one of the things. The second is revamping how we push the information out. But then that also comes with why we're trying to say we need a new website update. So like all these things are coming, but the budget and these things are kind of first priority.
Yes. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so moving on to 7G. Did I miss anything?
You missed E.
Oh, yes, that's very important. 7E, discussion of possible action on the storage of road materials and gating. So I spoke with, I've been out there myself. I actually even took Dr. Rowland out there to look at the property with the mounds of, I don't know what that stuff is, dirt and whatever else is back there. Even when I was out there the first time, Public Works was actually coming around the corner on the side. That's a whole nother thing. So the thing is, the stuff can be removed. It should have been removed a long time ago. So to me, and I talked to Dr. Rowland, and I was like, the stuff is supposed to be removed. Like, nobody said that is supposed to be a dumping site. I don't know who approved that. Like, was that approved 10 years ago? I don't know what happened with that. But the stuff is supposed to be removed. Dr. Rowland is getting with Armando to get a cost estimate to get the stuff removed from that area. Is that still going on, or
That is still going on, but I want us to taper our expectations. It took 10 years for that to get that way. It's not gonna happen overnight. He's contacting, because you have different dirts and different piles and different stuff. So first we're seeing what we can use now today to put out our yard, or by the Public Works building is full. And so that means we're gonna have to pay someone to haul that stuff off. That is not going to be cheap. So we're going to start with the most adverse things first, that is the ugly stuff, and then kind of temper our way back to, but I don't think y'all are telling me to spend $40,000 to get this done tomorrow, is what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to ask you.
Well, my thing is, first let's get the cost estimate to see what it is, to see the price. Now also too, since you brought up that point about the yard is full of Public Works, why is it full? So, I mean, the stuff, why did that occur? So that's a whole nother discussion then. But it's gonna have to be removed.
Well, part of it is they do keep, so Public Works has some things, like, if they're doing asphalt, gravel, or whatever, some things that we are doing, because remember, we have these machines that cost $100,000, they take materials. Now, I don't know if when they bought, so when we go to buy, I think it's by the ton or whatever we buy, I don't know, it's like for a job that is like coming up, like I have a project, right? So I'm walking into this of like, we may have excess stuff, and we have not a project assigned to where that dirt's gonna go, specifically since I think there was a construction project where that dirt came from, and for whatever reason was chosen as a spot that we said, hey, we can use it, you can put it here. But, Armando, do you have anything, to add on Gaby, or, I don't know if there's anything else you've been here longer than me.
No, since I've been here, yeah, it's always, since the couple of years that I've been here, it's been used as a dumping ground for excess construction material. So
Yes, that's the proper term. Let's not say dumping ground. It's not trash, it's just
Storage.
excess storage of raw materials.
So, I guess, so we'll look into getting the cost estimates to get rid of it. See if I can use any material first to lessen the load, and then we'll get that cleared up.
Okay, So, a few years ago, this was brought up, before the, Ben Zingelman project started, the piles of dirt were there, but, and a resident had brought this up to council's attention. The resident asked why weren't those, piles of dirt and whatever it is used? And, what was brought up was contamination. There's no history of where that dirt came from, or gravel, or whatever it is. There's no history of where those piles came from. We don't know where they came from. So, we did not use them on the Ben Zingelman project for that reason. And, the fact that it was gonna be expensive to test all of that before removing the dirt and what have you, because it was gonna be expensive, it kind of just was, again, just floated away, the idea floated away. And I know that the residents around there are concerned about that. They're concerned, their patios and porches are getting full of dust all the time. But that's the reason those piles are there right now. So we have to, it's not just gonna be hauling everything off. It's gonna have to be checked to make sure it's not contaminated.
Councilmember Garza?
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that type of stuff too. I mean, as, Councilman Alamdaki said, Mayor Pro Tem Alamdaki saying, just a matter of testing it. I mean, if, like you're saying, I mean, if it is something that could be used, we may not know where it's come from. However, I'll tell you, there is, if you go back to Friendship Park, if you pass, what is it, the little playground there, it is just, it's more than potholes. It is literally just, yeah, it is just craters. And my point being is if we have some of this excess and it is somewhat usable, I mean, if anything, we could, I'm not saying, pave it or whatever, but just, roll it around and let it go and we could drive on it if that's the case. But, I mean, if it is something that would need to be tested, then so be it. I mean, we should probably look into doing that and seeing what we can do with it, whether or not we can put it in the park or any of that. Because I think it would be useful if that is the case. I mean, I would hate to just be paying somebody to haul it and all they're gonna do, I mean, is just utilize it themselves, kind of like what happened with Salem after, they take the road construction projects. I was also gonna ask, I mean, until all that can be done, right? Is there any way that we can cover this? I mean, I know I've been to some, like asphalt areas or whatever, and they put these huge tarps, you know what I'm saying? They just kind of like, just to kind of, it doesn't stop it, but it does reduce it heavily, and it might just be something, that may not be as costly until we can figure out what to do. And then we at that point, we do have these covers in case we do need to purchase a bunch of asphalt for road construction project, in which we can cover it so it doesn't, get us up or the same cement or, for bags, I guess. But in those kinds of situations, I mean, we might be able to utilize them after the fact on doing anything like this. But those are some of my ideas on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as it stands right now, we are looking for somebody to, remove it, come look at it to see what it would take, or
So that is the plan. The current thing they're doing, well, the current direction was that, and the feedback was, we're doing an assessment to see what we can use now. And then we're gonna see what we can't use, what we're gonna have to haul off. So I don't know if we're gonna have to use Texas Disposal or one of those companies to come in and pick it up. But we're actually trying to see what we can use it, like we just talked about, the Councilman Carter was talking about in the park or some of the roads, if that material is usable for that. I mean, it'd be a great opportunity. But then, so just to remind council members, and I smile all the time because I know we want to get these done, but we have 5 people.
Yeah, I understand that,
And so the goal is to not, it's on our plan, it's in his plan to say, hey, we need to go out and do an assessment, to then get on a workflow schedule to say, hey, this day, we're gonna actually go out there and move this or do that. Because again, the only reason why I brought up the number is because he has to plan it in advance to be able to get those 4 guys to.
yes. Well, if we do it in-house, that's correct. But if you're gonna try to get rid of it, you need to find somebody that will haul, and that's what we're talking about, that we need to have a budget to be able to do that. And it's not just taking it, down the street to, a field and put it there. You're gonna have to take it to a disposal site that they are able to take that, because that's what happened with the Alamo Dome. You weren't here, but when they built that, it was some kind of plant that they did all kinds of work and stuff, and the contractor took his material and just threw it everywhere. Then they found out that it was contaminated, and they got into big trouble with that. So before we tell somebody just to come pick it up, we need to find out that they're disposing of it correctly. And I think that's why you brought up it. Because even taking it to the park, we find some material zinc it's rust. If we don't get it tested, and that's in a floodplain, all that area is in a floodplain, we get into trouble. So just think about that.
Yes, and I believe that landfill has been there for about 14 years since the Little League sold that area or moved to Friendship Park, so it's been quite a while. So who knows? Yeah, who knows how it's been there? But anyway, that's all I have.
Okay, good to know. I didn't even know it was that long. I thought it was like 5 or 6 years. Okay. All right, so Armando, you'll get your the information. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, now we're going to 7G. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 7G, discussion and possible action of appointing new applicants to join the Crime Control and Prevention District Board. I don't have any applications. You're on the crime, yes, if you'd like to step up, please.
Y'all don't have the application?
No.
I have copies with me, but I only have one copy that I can.
Let's have, Chief. We just had a meeting this week. Did, the application for the crime control, were they voted on at the meeting?
Yes, they were.
They were?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mary?
No. I didn't receive that, no. So we all need copies.
All right, I will get a
Okay.
They were voted on at our meeting, basically, let's see, I've got some notes here. Okay, yes, at our meeting on August the 21st, because we had to move it, and I believe everybody was at the budget meeting, and so I think even the chief chief was at the budget meeting, so we kind of had to rush through, and we only had like an hour to do our meeting.
And I already know one of them is, one of them is Gilbert Rodriguez, right?
Well, basically, the two names were Jessica Sanchez and Gilbert Rodriguez.
Well, Gilbert Rodriguez, he said that he is, he rescinds his application, so
Did.
he's out. So that one's down. Jessica Sanchez, is Mr. Shaw still on the board?
Yes.
Okay, well then that's not gonna work. Because according to our, right now, the way it stands, it hasn't been brought back yet. Right now, a family cannot serve, mother and daughter, all that, family can't serve on the same board as it stands
Okay,
right now.
well, to my understanding on that particular, what you're talking about there is that they could not serve if one of them was an officer on the board or the committee. But otherwise they could, because that was during the senior center thing. I was the vice president of the senior center board, and Audrey was also, my wife was also on the board of directors, but she could not be an officer on that board of directors because of that rule.
So what's happened in the past couple of years now is, actually it was what, I don't know, last year, it was changed. The previous council of the body decided to have a code of conduct that is now known for the application.
Okay.
There was a vote made, the majority passed, that family members cannot serve on the board together. So that's why I'm saying this, because it came up before with another family, and they were denied because of the same thing. Now, we brought this up with the new council probably, I don't know, probably right after, almost kind of after the election. We were supposed to get a ruling on the nepotism, but I don't think anybody else brought it back up to the agenda. So the way it is the way it is. So until we get that, then she will not be able to be on the board.
Okay, well then that's that, and that was the reason that I needed to speak at this meeting, is because I am now the vice president of that board. Probably soon to be the president of that board, and without those members, because we lost one member due to a passing, and that was Mr. Pittman. And then we were going to lose two more due to end of term. And so that's why they're putting me in the position that I'm in right now, so now I have no quorum. So our committee won't be able to do anything.
The word nepotism came, well, the whole thing about nepotism, and I'm not sure, Ms. Clerk, if you remember that whole discussion, but it was about the application for our boards and commissions. And the reason why the wording in the code of conduct that was adopted by the previous council was to prevent family members from being on the same board and committee as serving. And then the question came up because of the word nepotism. And there was debate up here about nepotism. Did that apply to this issue with being on that application? So, does that apply?
I am like not ready to opine about that right now. I need to take a look at the policy and, but, you know, if that's the way the policy was written, that was your policy decision. Legally, you know, I need to take a look at it further. So I don't want to opine about it without looking all the relevant information.
Okay, so,
So can I add something? So, my understanding with the nepotism was that if it was a paid position, then there was some concern about it. But because they were volunteers, then it wouldn't apply to them. At the time when they were going to implement that code or the requirements to be on board, the legal, at the time was Dan, said that it was up to the board to decide if we wanted to include that term in there, nepotism, or just remove it, but it was up to us, because there was nothing, the only thing was that it was, if it was a paid position. But if it was just volunteers, then we were at that, we had that discretion to say, okay, we'll just take it off. So I do recall that, the legal informed the board of that, so.
I don't recall that.
Yeah.
I said, I don't recall that. I recall actually, Ms. Clarissa, you were here, and because it was kind of right after the election. I'm talking about this year, kind of right after election, and Councilmember Lozano put it on the agenda for the code of conduct. I remember that. And the wording came up again for nepotism, and there was a debate about that in the code of conduct. And there was going to be a review of that, but it never got put back on the agenda, so nobody talked about it anymore. Until now that we have the situation come up. So
I have the rules.
I mean, from a legal perspective, I wouldn't wanna just look at it right now. I mean,
Right. But, way I understood it is, if you're elected, like husband and wife, it doesn't affect you because you're elected by the public.
I think it's better if we just, like, the legal perspective, but if you have implemented a policy with that, that is correct. Your policy, and you can make that policy decision. But I haven't seen the policy, and I don't have it in front of me, so.
So what we can do is just bring, so the code of conduct, that policy, just bring it back on the next agenda, and that's the way. So, but as far as right now, these two applicants, Gilbert Rodriguez, like I said, he said that he's not interested anymore. And the other one, just
for crime?
Yeah, right. And then, and then for Jessica Sanchez, we'll just have to hold off on that until next council meeting to get the ruling on that, if that's correct or not. I don't agree with that. I've said that plenty of times. I did not vote for that wording and all that family stuff in there. I don't know they don't even live in the same household, so I don't even know what they're gonna do on the crime committee it doesn't make sense to me, but that's what the body voted on, so that's what we're gonna do until we get a ruling. Mr. Miller, would you like to step up?
Yes, ma'am.
Jack Miller, 4839 Dick Court. I think we talked about this earlier I think we were talking about volunteers and stuff. I did not know there was a position open on crime control. And I would like to think I got an inside line on business like that. But apparently I don't. I want to be on this board. I have been for a while. Well, I got 13 years law enforcement experience. I know a lot about police and what they need and don't need and what communities need as far as public safety goes, things like that. Anyway, I didn't know there was a position open or anything like that. So I'm going to ask the question. I don't know if the applications are still open to be filed or whatever. I'll find that out from them. But as far as this whole thing about nepotism, we want a crime control. We don't want, was it crime control board? We don't want a crime control and prevention committee? Board. All right. Correct. It's important to get it straight. Thank you. District. Crime control and prevention district. We want that. We don't want a crime control and prevention clan. And if you allow family members to be up there, 2, well then you can have 3, 4, 5. Heck, we can have 7 sitting on city council. Husband, wife, grandmother, grandpa, brothers, sisters. And we don't have a city council, we have a city clan. Not to be confused with KLAN, that's something totally different. I'm talking about CLAN, clan. In case anybody that's listening doesn't know what that is, CLAN, it's a group of close-knit and interrelated families. So, and the problem with having a clan, clans are great. It's great to have a large family, a large clan of family members. But not on any kind of governing board. Because one thing that makes city council special is the diversity, the difference in opinions and positions. And it allows for great debate. And with great debate comes proper decisions. But we can't have that if we have a clan running a committee. And I'm not saying clan in a negative way at all, but we can't have that because then we don't have that diversity. And this crime control, so on and so forth, you know, they make important decisions. They have an important job to do. And there needs to be diversity up on that board. There can't be a bunch of family members. There can't be a bunch of cops. There can't be a bunch of old people or a bunch of young people. We need it diverse as possible. So anyway, I'm definitely going to put an application for that if I can, and if not now, in the future. Consider, I mean, I guess you guys make the ultimate decision. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But anyway, we don't need to have, we just can't allow that. We can't allow family members just two, because we have 2, we have 3, 4, 5, and that's just not going to work. So, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to, go ahead.
I just want to explain something. What the Texas nepotism law is. And the reason this issue is, it's a first degree, considered first degree with a stepson or daughter, mother, child is considered first degree. That's just, it's not allowed in Texas. That's all I got to say.
Okay, we'll bring this on the next agenda item about the code of conduct, to review it. For the boards, committees, commissions. Moving on to 7H, discussion and possible action to accept the resignation of Michael Lawrence Whedon from Economic Development Committee.
Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the resignation of Michael Lawrence Whedon from the Economic Development Committee.
I second.
Let's see some sort of vote.
Go ahead.
All I want to say is that I'm sorry to hear about this. I did read this email, and I truly hope that Mr. Whedon continues to stay involved in some capacity. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to accept resignation of Michael Lawrence Whedon from the Economic Development Committee. First by Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca, second by Councilmember Pitt. Chief Paul? Somebody? Oh, you have your hand up?
I just thought we should maybe read his letter, his resignation letter.
If you'd like to read it, read the letter.
Letter of resignation from the Economic Development Committee. Mayor Griner, Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca, Kirby City Council members. In light of the action of Kirby City Council on the evening of July 13th, I hereby immediately resign from the Economic Development Committee. The lack of civility and integrity that is the members of Kirby City Council showed toward board members of Kirby Senior Center in removing them without cause, without any courtesy or notification shows me that I can no longer volunteer for any city committee since I can be dismissed at any time for any reason whatsoever. Your actions will exonerate the problems of the city has in finding individuals to fill the empty spots on city committees and commissions. Having served on the Calhoun County Senior Center Board and chairing the board for 4 years, and serving as chair of the Golden Crescent Region Area Agency on Aging for 3 years. Now aware of the many challenges the Senior Center Board faces. I am proud to have served as a member of the Kirby Senior Center Board, which you just dismissed. They have been extremely dedicated to the senior serving by the center. To dismiss them in this manner, which you acted, then announce that you are invited to attend future board meetings as members of the public with a slap in the face for all their hard work and sacrifice. I find it curious that no mention was made in July 13th minute of continuing to serve the needs of the seniors, nor was any attempt made to comment on the rumor that this action is taken in order to replace the senior center with a community center for the city of Kirby. Your actions in the future will reveal your integrity, lack of integrity in this matter. All of Kirby will be watching you to see what you do. Michael Lee Barnes.
Thank you. Chief, call roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Gray.
Yes. Motion passes. Moving on to 7I, discussion and possible action on adopting a code of ethics and conduct for the city council members. Okay, so I put this on the agenda. This is not, I would prefer nobody to make any action on anything tonight. That's not what this is for. We, previously came up with a consensus that we were gonna move forward with, adopting a code of ethics and conduct for the city council. I just wanted to, since we always talk about transparency, to put it out there, in your packet, because I know there was questions why Cibolo and Live Oak's names was on some of the documents. It was because those are just examples. And then also too, there was another one that was, for us. So basically, if everybody has time, you have your stuff, you can review, you can add what you like, what you don't like, and then we can come back at a later date to decide what we can discuss, what we're gonna put in there. So this doesn't have to be decided tonight. I don't expect anybody should, I would hope not decide this tonight. Because, and also too, you can, there's plenty of other cities you can get their stuff and research also. So that's why, I know there was a question why, the other cities named for them, those are just for examples. And, any discussion? Mr. Miller?
Jack Miller, 4839 Big Gordon. I'm happy to hear that there's examples of other cities and their code of conduct and stuff to look at. That's great. And so I think Live Oak, I heard Live Oak and Cibolo. So if I had to rank those two, I would say, because I have personal experience with everything ethic related to a lot of these local cities. And Live Oak sets the bar. Cibolo does a great job too, but I think Live Oak pay attention to their stuff. And then also I want to mention that, I don't know if Neon Valley is on that thing, but Crystal Caldera, she's the city manager over there. She is open and available and ready for you guys to ask her anything you want. I can quote her on that as being, they can contact me on anything, and I'd be more than happy to assist them with whatever they need. She's an extremely well qualified city manager. Leon Valley went through a complete dog to set the bar today. And and I think they're even better to consider because they were in a rut, a really bad rut, and they came out of that. And Crystal Caldera was essential in getting them out of that rut. And now they operate with a code of ethics that sets the bar. So they're not on that list. Some of y'all get with her. You have to email her, Crystal Caldera, I think city manager. She prefers to speak to city managers, so she doesn't get 1,000 phone calls and stuff like that. So maybe that's something y'all can coordinate through your city manager, and maybe the city manager can get their code and include that as an example. That's just coming from me. I would like to say that I don't know if it's the wrong word to use, but I was intimately involved with their transition. So anyway, do that. No action tonight, obviously. I think everybody knows that, right? We're not ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 7J, discussion and possible action on charter review board. Again, does not have to be decided tonight. I just put it on there. Every year we bring it up. People bring it up. So if anybody's to do charter review board, yes, no. If not, we can move on. No? All right. Okay. Then we're on 7L. Discussion and possible action on proposed maximum fiscal year 2023 the 2024 wait, am I saying, what's that word? I don't wanna pronounce that wrong. Oh, okay, that's what I thought it was, okay. Tax rate and setting a proposed fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget public hearing date and proposed date to adopt said budget and tax rates.
So council, we need to, make sure that we get the wording correct, and the rate. This is the proposed, so we're not adopting anything, but we're telling people what our proposed rate is. There should be a number, and then, the dates. So again, council members, discussion possible action, so we can discuss, the fiscal year, we can discuss the rate, we can discuss the budget, we can discuss everything here, just a moment and opportunity. But the action items we need is one action item that actually sets the proposed rate, and you're gonna use that language, and you have that number. I have recommended to you all, and I think I told y'all that we use the voter approval rate. And you would say that name, that number and that name, for that rate specifically for the motion. Then we also need to adopt a time. In our last meeting, we adopted September 14th. We identified September 14th as a public hearing. We need to do that again along with September 28th for public hearings, and then the date for the adoption. One of the issues is we needed 30 days. And so now that you have your 30 days that started, you need to, you have to have your public hearings prior to, two public hearings prior to you adopting the budget and the tax rate. And so the goal would be to, outside of the additional meetings, which is the 14th and the 28th, which are regular city council meetings, and then we said we have 6 to 7 budget meetings at that time. Now, our charter came and said something about having it done by the 27th. And the earliest we can adopt it is the 24th. The latest is the 28th. So I need to make sure that we have a quorum meeting, we need a quorum and it's a majority, I think 5 vote on the adoption of the tax rate and vote on the adoption of the budget. So we'll have another 30 days to kick it around, but when we set these dates for the public hearing, we gotta put it in notice. And so if I can get you all to look at your calendars again, to make sure that those dates still work. The 14th at 6, and then we need an additional date, whether we're gonna use the 28th or the other date, but from the 24th through the 27th.
What dates are there? They don't have that.
Our city council meetings are on the 2nd and 4th Thursday. The 14th
It's on Thursday.
Thursday, and then the 28th is on a Thursday. But we need to, we need to have it prior to.
You do it on the same day.
Same day.
Yeah, we just have to do it on the agenda item.
The only problem is, and it may not be a problem, the charter. The charter, says the 28th.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, the 27th.
Oh, no wonder.
And so that's what the debate was. Yes, it's our regular scheduled meeting, but the charter says that it needs to be adopted by the 27th, which means we really, it's not a state, I don't want to get to that. So that's the dilemma. So the 24th is the earliest. The 27th is the latest at the charter, but we have a city council meeting on the 28th. I mean, I said 28th, 27th. The charter says, if you look at the charter, you look at the management and administration, you look at the budget, it says the 27th of the year of August.
So the earliest, you said is the 24th.
So you can adopt it between the 24th and the 27th based on the charter, but based on the state law, it's the 28th.
Okay, so these dates that you gave us, the 21st for adoption of budget and the 21st for adoption of tax rate is thrown out.
No, you can do both of them on the same day. The earliest we can adopt it though is the 24th.
Okay.
The latest per the charter is the 27th, and the latest per the state is the 28th. What I'm saying is if we wait until the city council meeting, we will have violated the charter.
The charter.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and so that means we need to do it between the 24th and the 27th, which means Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday would be the additional alternate days. We would, again, it would be of September, but the reason why this is important is because again, remember the 14th is okay. We're gonna have our public hearing on the 14th. We'll have our meeting on the 14th. We'll have our public hearing on this next day, and then we'll just adopt the budget, public hearing and adopt the budget and adopt the tax rate on that day. So it should be a short meeting, well, maybe. And then we're gonna have a regular city council meeting on the 28th.
So we need to choose 25th, 26th, or 27th, basically. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody has their calendar, what,
I don't have it. Oh, they don't Friday, I don't care.
well, that's Monday, so
Monday,
Monday, Tuesday, or
Tuesday,
Wednesday. It's one of those. Wednesday, everybody's okay with Wednesday?
Wednesday, what, the
The
27th?
27th it would be.
I had put down something for like the 7th that we would have.
No, that's so you can still having that, that's a budget workshop. So I want us to be clear on what we're saying.
Okay.
Budget workshops for the 7th, that's to have conversation with the community. The dates we're trying to get are the 2 public hearings that need to be noticed in the newspaper, and then the day we're going to adopt the rate and adopt the budget. And those, we need to put those out there, and we gotta put it in advance so people have the option to say, hey, I wanted to have notice. So I need a date other than the 28th, and the earliest it could be is the 24th. But we can't do it on Sunday, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
The 27th, okay with everyone? 27th, okay.
So-
All right, so the 27th,
What time? It's a meeting that we're gonna have to notice. We can start at 7. No, well, we can start at 7, but this is, so we have to have a note of, we can do 6 or we can do 7. We do public hearing for an hour. And then we, as soon as that's done, we open the regular meeting to adopt the budget and adopt the tax rate. That'll be a roll call vote. We'll put it on the sheet, and that's what's gonna be put on the website and has to be put in our documents. So what time would y'all like?
6.
So,
It's okay.
so,
Hold on, I just want some clarification. So we're saying that, public hearing will happen at 6, but it's not gonna immediately close at 7, right? Kinda like how we started this meeting, because I mean, I wanna ensure that people have enough time to come up and say their last bits before we decide to, vote on the tax rate.
so, 2 things. You all have it, we can have it as long as we want. You have the 14th and you have the 7th as well to do the same. But if you want, the longer you prolong it, the longer you're gonna be here. Remember, you're coming back for city council meeting, which is a long agenda. It's the last meeting of September, going into the new year. There's some fee adoptions, there's a lot, however.
I'm not anticipating that there's going to be a lot. I'm just saying if 10 people do show up, I would like to listen to all of them and then make our vote for the tax rate after that. Most of the time when we've done this, maybe one will show up if we're lucky. Especially since it's off, like not a Thursday. We'll have more people show up to the council meeting than we will this. And that is more than likely what's going to happen, but I'm just saying, I would like to make sure that no matter how this goes, if we started at 6, if 10 people show up, lasts till 8, okay, once we're done, we vote for the tax rate.
The only problem is we need to have a time, because the public hearing, we gotta put in the newspaper, it's gonna start here, it's gonna be here, and then we gotta notice when our city council meeting is gonna start. That's the only question. It's not at the same time.
It's the day before, right?
No.
The day before the city council meeting is what we're talking about, correct?
No. We have to adopt it that day on the 27th, that Wednesday.
That's right.
So.
And the city council meeting on the Thursday, the 28th, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so I don't understand what the issue is.
No. I'm saying, however long we want to do it, we can have the public hearing from 6 to 8. But I need to know a time so we can start the actual meeting where you adopt it. You're going to adopt this on Wednesday, not the city council meeting on the 28th. And so I need a time to put on the agenda to say the meeting's gonna start at 9 o'clock, 8:30, with whatever time it's going to. But I need a time for a public hearing, and I need a time for the adoption meeting of the rate and the budget.
It's an hour then, I guess.
I think the 6 to 7 is fine. Because if, like you say, it would be great if we had 20, 30 people show up, but let's say 60 minutes, and everybody has 5 minutes, that's 12 people, and we normally don't even have that. So, I think 6 to 7 is okay.
Okay, perfect.
So, because we'll need to have this in a minute, so we're going to, adopt, or propose the tax rate, which is whatever rate y'all selected, preferably the voter approval rate, 0.59. What that is, and then to adopt the September 14th and September 27th as for the official public hearings from 6 to 7. And then we're going to also ask for the September 27th to be the date to adopt the tax rate and the budget for the city of Kirby.
Yeah, I have one last question about this. Mr. Ramos had stated something about over 65 freezing stuff, tax-wise or whatever. Is that something that us as council are eligible to do? Because I know that they do it like with school taxes, I think, or stuff like that. Because it is an increase for some of the hardest hit people in Kirby. So I'm just kind of wondering, is that something that's possible?
So the answer to your question is yes, but if, like I gave him an example offline, if 60% of your residents qualify, guess what you just did?
That's some of your revenue.
Yes. And so if the city of Kirby is already lower in all the categories, how do we ever get up, right? And so it's a good gesture. I don't know, so the county does it, the county should do it. But it is, if you are overflowing and with resources, I think it'd be a great idea. But for the population, it'll be, yeah. So hopefully I answered your question. You can do it, but, what we'll do is maybe not this one. What I'll look to provide, work with the county the tax assessor collector in advance, is get them to run, so this is what I started doing before somewhere else, is start to run the numbers of how many people claim the exemption. We can run the numbers of how many people in Kirby claim the exemptions on the county level. We do the math, then we can do the analysis on like how much of that is in the pot, because then we can make a decision.
Thank you, that's really all I was asking. Okay. That's all.
Just for confirmation, we can have a public hearing on the same day that we adopt.
Yes, ma'am. As long as we clearly identify the public hearing is here and your meeting is here, and that's why I want to get the dates and times down correctly. Okay. Because we're gonna have to put this in the newspaper, notice it, and we'll run it for 2 weeks, and then we'll have the meeting. It's gonna be on our website, and we'll notice it just like any other meeting, 72 hours. So again, we have the 14th and the 27th, and then the other budget meeting. So you will have enough time. I just want you to know that the budget that we presented to you, the employees have given input from all levels. Again, we do have, we are still trying to get get the numbers right. I can't. So, looking at what some of the percentages of some of the other cities are doing and paying, and just, you know, again, whether there's a COLA, whether there's an increase in salaries, whether there's a, you know, what we're doing where we pay insurance, that is, it's a value, right? Because we've allocated $9,000 in the budget for medical benefits. That's not small. But again, you know, everyone doesn't calculate unseen investment, right? That's one of the things you appreciate later on down the road when you're retired. You're like, you know, I never really understood why, you know, but now I really get it. But again, when you look at the workforce that we also have transitioned between a lot of long-term employees, right? So we're trying to kind of get back into that. So I am the budget, because of the numbers, and we may go through it another time, or you may ask questions now. 2% is in, but I didn't know what else to do without doing the budget. What you'll see, and I don't want this to not be, and people say you didn't tell us. Currently, right now, the budget is under $342,000, which means that we have projected spending money that we currently have. Now, there is a process in which, same thing as in our charter, where you can use, or many other cities use it. We have a cost savings of just this year. If you listen to what the auditor said, yes, we can clap about, it's not good to have $300,000 going from year to year for the last 3 to 5 years. That means we did not get done what needed to be done. We didn't budget right, we didn't get, like, am I making sense? So it doesn't behoove you, because you really can't carry it over. You can carry it over for what is called a capital, like a one-time capital exposure. You can't use it for something that is like to run your operations. Does that make sense?
So let's just talk about the dates, let's not get on.
We had a thing in the budget. We had a budget.
Okay.
Or I thought we did. Yeah, proposed 24-23 budget.
Okay.
Oh, but yeah, okay. I just wanted you to know that. Well, we've also come up with a solution to that's not the issue. The issue is making sure we have the mechanisms to get the employees to get everything we need to get us to kind of bump up. So, because right now we're going to be bringing over what you'll see in the financials from this year of unfilled positions. We have so much money that we haven't spent. It just kind of goes poof. And so you start off every year based upon what you brought in. You don't get to really bring it over unless you're going to expense it for a one-time capital item. And so that's what we're trying to do when we have like some of the police cars and some of the things you'll see in the budget. The other thing is that, I'll say this down, because again, I don't want us to go happy. The budget is kind of where it is. You all may say, hey, we missed the line here, but there's a whole lot of things that changes. But again, you'll may see something different. The reason why I say that is because right now, some of the things that we're gonna have to address, fees, trash fee, all the fees, they haven't increased or there's no fee. I'll say this, one of the processes we've been going through and doing an analysis for the last month, we had the Republic come in, said that they charge us $17. 17 and some change. Look on your fee, your bill, and see how much the city of Kirby charges. $15. That means what? But it takes time to do the assessment, the analysis, to figure out how you're going to change this, and just go through everything. We talked about the alarms. We talked about I don't even, BV, the percentages as far as when someone comes to pull a permit, all we've been doing is taking taking the paper, passing it, and paying the other person. And so, but again, those things change, they're cyclical. I'm not, so again, the council had to make a decision, just to help. When you lower something here, something raises here. So if you lower taxes here, something needs to raise here, right? So again, I just want, for those of you who are going through this for the first time, and we want to have money for all these things, we gotta get it from somewhere. And so we have put together a good enough budget to be able to manage those things. But like I told y'all from at the beginning, we're looking for $103,000 to be able to increase that pay. Specifically when we just said we're gonna go up 8% increase, that's just on the health benefits.
So we are two things, which you made me think about September 7th, the budget workshop. I may not be here, just letting you know that ahead of time. I found out I went to the mayor's meeting last night and that I need that TML Region 7 meeting. I need to go there to vote. So they need my vote. So I might not make it. And Dr. Rowland, I don't think you're gonna be here either, right, for that time frame. So he won't be here either. So I'm just letting y'all know on September 7th. I mean, everybody can, you still have your, Mayor Pro Tem will be here. And you could run the meeting. And then that could be to get from 6 to 9, I'll put definitely public input could be on there.
So again, if you already have the meeting, it is a workshop.
Right.
So you all have all the documents, meaning your budgets. We will have the things prepared for us to view it if we still have the meeting. But there's no action, so we can have a workshop.
Right, there will be no action, so I mean, y'all will have a meeting. I just wanted to throw that out there. But as far as for so I have a paper that Ms. Caitlin gave me. But first everybody, the proposed tax rate, the 0.591244. That's what we're.
Can you say the name? It has a.
I'm sorry, that's wrong. The voter approval rate, 0.591244. So if that's what we're going with, she only gave me one sentence on this paper, and you just said a whole bunch of dates and language, and we're gonna have to write it down for somebody to read. I don't want to get it messed up.
So we want to adopt the proposed. So I don't know.
But we don't need to do it right now. I mean, you have to do it right now. You set dates to do the official. I thought the language says here on the agenda.
So on here from the finance director says it must be a roll
proposed
call
date
vote.
to adopt the budget and the tax rate. You don't have to decide right now. And they give them the link.
Okay. So you're.
You want to see this paper?
So the agenda items is this.
That's the paper that Caitlin had.
It came from.
Okay.
What is I'm talking about?
That's
From your
right.
firm.
Huh?
From your firm.
The one that, cities. But this came today. Yeah. You can do this.
those need to be on the documents.
For September 27th, so we'll say 7 PM, that's the regular meeting to adopt the tax rate and budget to be adopted on September 27th at 7 PM, correct? All right. Okay, so so everybody knows what we're doing
It's
is
three different things. Our agenda says three different things. It says that there be action for the proposed maximum fiscal year ad valorem tax rate. That's the first part. Second part is you're setting a date for the public hearing. And then the third part, you're setting a proposed date for the adopt budget and tax rate. Those are the three things in this agenda item. That's why it's kind of confusing, but it's three different things we need to address.
Okay. Alrighty, who wants to pass the sheet down, whoever wants to make a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that, the tax rate be proposed at 0.591244 and a public hearing be held on September 14th from 6 to 7 PM and September 24th from 6 to 7 PM. And the tax rate and budget to be,
27.
27, at 24, 24 doesn't.
Yeah, the same day. Yes.
That's September 14th and the 27th.
Yes,
Okay.
6 to 7.
Okay.
Yep.
okay. Mayor, I recommend that the tax rate be proposed at 0.591244 and a public hearing be held on September 14th, 6 to 7 PM and September 27th, 6 to 7 PM. And the tax rate and budget to be adopted on September 27th at 7 PM.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to recommend the tax rate be proposed at 0.591244 and a public hearing to be held on September 14th, 6 to 7 PM, September 27th, 6 to 7 PM, and the tax rate and budget to be adopted on September 27th, 7 PM. First by Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca, second by Councilmember Molina. Chief, will you please call roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca.
Yes.
Councilmember Garza.
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes.
Councilmember Molina.
Yes.
Mayor Gray.
Yes. Motion passes. All right. Okay, moving on to AA, city manager announcements on city events and items of community interest.
Council, members, communities, the public, we have been diligently working to get this budget to you all in fashion. I want to thank our financial consultant, Leanne and Christine, who have been helping the city, but also just our team, Chief Hildren, Chief Cardona, Pete, Armando, for rolling up their sleeves and kind of pulling this together. We wanted all input from all departments, and so because again, a lot of people had just transitioned to the city. This is definitely difficult to get this done, but we did get it done on time, and so I'm proud to continue to be here and to serve. On a kind of another note, we'll be closed tomorrow. The city hall will be closed tomorrow. We have several employees who are sick, and so we need to close the building and clean some areas. So just so you know, so we put it out here, people who are watching, City Hall will be closed and we'll resume back on Monday. I'll talk about it. So, continue to do the great work that y'all are doing. I want to recognize Councilmember Lozano, Councilmember Molina, Councilmember Hitt, who went to the TFL new council members training that was here in San Antonio. The more informed and educated you are on the topics, the better the city will be able to move forward on trying to help the city move forward. So thank y'all for attending that. And then I guess we have a great turnout for the back to school, stay in school. So for all those organizations that supported and participated, I just want to say thank you. We got some good pictures, and so we'll be putting those on. Those have been up, but we put them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, just to again, commemorate all those people who came up with the idea, helped staff it, and it was a great time.
Now, 9A, request and announcement. Request by mayor and council members for items to be placed on future city council agendas and announcements on city events, community interest. Councilmember Rosano?
Thank you, everybody, for those who stayed late. I want to thank you for supporting us and continuing to attend our meetings with your input. It's very valuable. Thank you to our city staff, fire department, police department, our public works, animal control, and the city staff here. I would like to see, Greater Northeast is still conducting their fall ball registration, Saturday, August 26th and September 2nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Kirby Concession Stand in Friendship Park. And they also have online registration at gmail.org. I'd like to see if we can do something about the audio. I know we always bring it up, but tonight in particular, there was a lot of issues with it, so see if we can look into something to get it fixed or get something new. Also, the discussion of the code of conduct regarding the nepotism, if that can be reviewed so that we can discuss it upon the next meeting. And then also the dip on the road over there, on Ackerman Road, as we enter into the city. I know we've put some signs up, but I know residents are wanting to know what we're going to do to get it fixed. So if that could be put on the agenda as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Garza?
All right, I also wanted to start off with the dip on Ackerman. It's getting out of control. Residents' vehicles are getting damaged. It's gotten to a point it could cause an accident. Somebody was talking about flying on it, or they saw somebody flying on it. So, I mean, people don't know, but it is something that needs to be, I would love if we could have some type of permanent fix, if that is something we can do, or maybe it's something we can discuss in the next agenda. But even if we could have some temporary fix there, that would be helpful, just until we can get it to work. Also, I asked this before school started, and I tried to give enough time, but it hasn't been addressed, so I'd like to have it placed on the agenda to have the school lines painted for the elementary and the junior high. It is a safety issue, and it needs to be addressed, and now that school's in session, it may be more difficult, but it is something that I think we need to address. Also, I did write on here about the podium mic. It seems like that's the one giving us the most trouble. So, I mean, if there's something that can be done about that podium, Mike, I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, or if maybe we can have one people pass to each other or something, just in case. I mean, we really need to get that fixed, because I know it's becoming a complaint. Also, the website, there's certain vital information that's missing from it. Somebody actually had reached out to me to get the city secretary's email, and I didn't know whether or not I was eligible to be giving out that type of information. But it should be on the website, or I mean, even should be able to, for them to be able to find it. And I think that was the issue. I asked that they message you about it, but still, I think that we need to make sure that it gets there. Also, there's a myriad of new people that it's not updated. We need to update, at least that section. So I think that would be important, and include mural bio. I mean, I think that's important as well. Also, I wanted to see if it was possible. I mean, I know we didn't vote on the audit today, but if we could actually put it out there, I would like for people to see it. I know we didn't vote to receive it or whatever, but yeah, if we could put it on the website, as you said, there was one from a previous year, and I think it's important in transparency for people to know, what we're looking at. So I think that's important. I think we should be able to do it, and I hope we don't have to put it on the agenda to do that. Also, lastly, I would like to express my condolences to the Volkman family, and just let them know that they are in my prayers. We did have a tragedy this week, and it's just something we're, have to deal with. I just wanted to let the family know that we are thinking about them. Also, lastly, just want to let the city staff know that, I get well soon. Hopefully you guys feel better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Councilmember Molina.
Yeah, I want to thank all the citizens that stayed out, listened to us, and hopefully we show that we're trying to do better for our city. And for all that have questions on the senior center, that is something that we're working on to keep it open, keep it going. Our seniors are very important to us as well as everybody else, the whole city. Also, I want to remind everybody, about school zones. In the morning, in the evenings, we need to make sure that we slow down and take care of our kids as they're going to school. What I'd like to find out still is Hugo Lenz Park, the restrooms there, the portables that we're going to put there. It's been on for a long time. I know we need to get bids from different companies, but that needs to happen. We wanted to get it before the summer started, and we still haven't seen anything there. And lastly, I want to thank all the people that work for the city, fire department, police department, public works. We really appreciate you all that you all do. City staff as well. I know that y'all work hard here, and I hope y'all get better. I hope that we can see you Monday after, like Dr. Roland said, they're going to clean up and sanitize the offices. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Apodaca.
So most of you already know this, but congratulations to Stephanie Faulkner for being appointed to the Judson Board of Trustees. Someone from Kirby has not been on the board for many years, so I'm glad that she submitted her application and she was chosen for the position. The meetings are usually on, I think on Tuesdays, I'm not sure, but I wanted to say, take a look at the Judson website. There's a lot of information on there about the different schools, about upcoming events and activities for the kids. There's just a whole bunch of information on there. I went on there and I spent a couple of hours just clicking on different schools and seeing what's going on, and just a lot of stuff that I didn't know about. So take the time to do that, and again, congratulations to Stephanie. And another thing, we are on the home stretch, we're almost over this heat. I guess we're gonna have a few more weeks of it, but don't forget to check on your neighbors. Some of the neighbors, our neighbors are elderly, don't get out of the house. If you have time, help them water their plants, whatever you can do for them. I'm sure that they would really appreciate it. And then also our pets. Make sure your gates are secure. Don't let your animals go out and roam freely. I've always said this, every time I drive around Kirby, there are so many dogs and cats loose out there that just keep an eye on them. And if you look on Facebook, almost daily somebody's posting, looking for their lost animals. So get your animals chipped and secure your gates, make sure you know where they're at.
Thank you. Councilmember Hitt?
Yes, I would like to pass my condolences and prayers to two families of lost members of Kirby this week, Adam Mendez and Stephen Volkman, and just keep them in your prayers, please.
Thank you. Next we have Councilmember Martin.
Yes, as always, I want to thank everybody's staff, fire department, police department, public works, animal control, you're doing an outstanding job, we appreciate it. I've been approached about, are we having a problem with permits?
That could be, so that can be discussed. You want to put that on the agenda? You can put that on the agenda, but we're not going to discuss that right now.
But is there a problem with what I'm asking?
We're not going to have that discussion right now.
That ain't a permit.
So you can talk to Dr. Rowland after.
Another thing is, I still want to ask about the cooling fan trailer. Where's that at? I know the heat's almost over, but these people need some relief. But my main issue tonight is, like they addressed already, is the repair of our equipment. Look, if we got, I know y'all want an engineer to figure out what's going on, but at least let's put some filler in the hole, put some plates over it for a temporary fix. We have the plates, we have the filler. Let's get it fixed, please, just temporarily. That's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, first I want to start with, so there's been a lot of misinformation that's been given and the information that's been put out. I just want to let everyone know that the city of Kirby did not violate any state laws or any laws with the council retreat. It was completely legal, even at the location. And nobody on this council has a personal relationship with anyone at 470 Houston Golf Course that myself or Dr. Rowland are aware of. And the reason why I say that is because most people wasn't even sure where the place was. So I'm not sure where that information came from. Also, the investigation, and I've got, before I normally say anything, I make sure I dot my I's, cross my T's, and also I make sure I confer with our city attorney about certain things. So I just want to say, I was told that I can say this, the investigation that council approved at the end of it, the investigation that the council approved on one of our council members that involves one of our city employees. At the end of the investigation, the findings will be made public, that was agreed upon. And we are doing what we are supposed to do and ethically what we're supposed to do. Okay, now also, the dip on Ackerman Road, Councilmember Martin, well, you already said it. Because he mentioned that before about putting the plate out there, that's simple. I think there's a plate actually at Friendship Park on one of the dips that are really bad at Friendship Park. So I think that's something that can be done quick. The lines, about painting the school lines, can you Dr. Rowland and Armando sent out an email to the city council and just update about the painting of the lines. Because I think that's something that the answer could be solved through email, or even right after this meeting, you can talk to Armando. Also, sincere condolences to all the families who lost loved ones this past week. Let you know myself and the council will keep you in our prayers. I mean, it's this week and last week, it's been a lot. Okay, so the back to school program was a success, and we serviced over 300 residents. Thank you to the crime committee, the volunteer fire department, Mrs. and Mr. Shaw and the family for providing the popcorn, snow cones, Mayor Pro Tem Amadaka, for providing those snacks. I mean, it was almost like a little carnival. They came in and got snow cones and popcorn, I mean, sausage wraps, J-Rod's barbecue, we're cooking the sausage wraps and hot dogs. I mean, it was really, really nice. Also, thank you for Dutton ISD School Board Member Monica Ryan for coming out, supporting when she spoke. But anyways, it was just a really good event. Thank you to all the staff, everyone who worked together to make that event possible. Armando from Public Works, thank you so much. I know we say thank you to you, but seriously, I don't think you guys understand how much Armando does. Like, he is on call, and he's right there, and also too, I will say one thing about him is that he never seems upset. Like, I mean, which is a good thing. You know, you can call at 10, 11 o'clock at night, or right now, he's sitting here, and after this, he's just gonna be smiling. Like, thank you though for your positive attitude with everything I know that we asked you to do. We really do appreciate you. Nobody told you that. Thank you for all your help. Councilmember Joe Molina and Sally Kidd for helping. It was a great success. Also, the city of Kirby had its first care program, diaper drive, this past Saturday. Over 30 families attended. The next diaper drive by the care program will be at 9 and 2 p.m. at City Hall, August 30th. Again, 9 and 2 p.m. at City Hall, August 30th. Again, thank you for the care program for doing that again for our residents. And again, I just wanted to confirm that I will not be at the, it depends, if I can just vote and leave, I will be here, but if not, I don't know what time they vote. This will be my first TML Region 7 meeting, so I'm not sure how that goes. But I will not be at the meeting September 7th because, like I said, I need to vote for the board. Also, our city manager received a scholarship to attend the 2023 Texas Groundwater Summit, August 29th and 31st. So he will not be here, so that's a bonus for us, so that he will be attending that, because I don't know if you guys know, you've seen on the news lately, but our water, well, just the whole state of Texas, how dry it's been, the pipes of the water system. I mean, we know that, I think they said San Antonio had, just in August, 743 breaks. I mean, so, I don't know how many Kirby's had, but I know we haven't had that many, because we're not that many. But, again, please, also they were saying, it does matter, follow the water restrictions, please, follow the water restrictions.
We're at stage 3.
We're at stage 3, it does matter. If you do not, believe it or not, that causes, for the breaks. So don't contribute to that. Don't be the one where you're gonna be mad, the whole block's gonna be mad at you because you decided you had to turn your sprinkler system. Don't be that person. Don't do that. And there was rolling outages. I think Chief Hilburn, you were saying about that. Is it okay, Clarissa, if he can mention that right now? Can you mention the rolling outages for the CPS? Can you say that for us, please, about that?
Yes, ma'am. CPS put out from the state of Texas their energy resilience program to conserve energy. Today, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., they were expecting rolling outages throughout the state of Texas, lasting no more than 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And just let you know, because they were saying that it's probably going to happen tomorrow also. So just a fair warning. Other than that, meeting adjourned.
Right back there. Right back there. Kirby. City of Kirby spent $1,000 tonight to have her sit there, play on her computer, and fall asleep. And then when asked, hey, what about this? She's like, what about what? $1,000 right there. Go get your law degree. Why they have her here, I have no idea. I think what they spoke to her like once tonight. They're gonna pay her $1,000 to ask her a question one time. She ain't paying attention.
Yeah, Cindy approved it, so I'll tell her to give it to y'all, and she's doing it tomorrow. For the newspaper?
Yes.
Yeah, she approved
And you would think making $1,000 at a city council meeting for 4 hours, you could afford some better shoes. 'Cause them shoes are trash.
Did you hear it was done?
No, that's totally fine.
What's that city attorney don't spend all that money in one
Well, we
place?
need to look, actually, maybe need to look at, do we have, like, yes.